draw you down like a circle and soul with the moon rise high, like the earth to a fault on a starlight night. To the numinous I call elders, ISIS, I bid, let me slide. The fire's light, morality's a fallacy, no wrong or right. Etched in fire is divine design, all the heavens align this night. Will make or break a final fate or reckon your mind. Leave the shell behind, surrender and embrace it. Take it, break it off and send it to its waiting coffin. No fear, now we are the same. So bump the night when the first shine rings. Now it's going to feel a bit strange, it's true, but you just might see a little change in you. Changes, and I'm opening wide. Split to the marrow when the daylight dies. Crack to the knuckle down and buckle the bone. Written blood and cut into stone. Now something nameless is growing inside. Raised out the barrel by midnight side. Desecrated, recreated, never atone. Sever in the seed is sown. I feel a strangeness beneath my hide. Squirming and burning in the moonlight's eyes. Snap and I ambulate, fresh flesh animate. Awaken to a world unknown and the pulse it raises. No, it's not painless. All of these changes in me. Why call you out? All the cardinals heed me, see me. Slip through the mist and you coalesce, breathe me. Slick down the wrist and you enter, beat me. I'm the vessel on the fire and ice. I'll cut you down to the quick and make it so my device. Strike 12, got 2 and we're counting it thrice. So get ready cause it comes at a price. You're gonna do more than bleed. The end is here but there's another story to read. Shout it, only got it, there's a mouth to feed and it's mine. So lie down, die now, don't you cry now. Time is night now, soon you'll rise. But you better beware because when you do, you just might see a little change in you. Changes, and I hear them cry. Great serenade when I close my eyes. Racked by the double when the choir intones. Swaying to the darkling drone. Now something faceless will haunt this ride. Looming in the gloom on the fringe of sight. Emanating, resonating, him in the wake. Howling with the pact is fake, I feel weightless. Tether untied, soaring in the air on a nighttime ride. Wrapped as I elevate, sweet dreams immolate. Render me forever alone, and the fire it rages. No, it's not painless. All of these changes in seal this creed in ichor now bleed me, stamp it in crimson hollow out raid we are the ones forever bound in the gloom. Breaks don't shatter and unseal the tomb. This fleshly toy be committed to the void we created, duly faded now in energy control. I don't rise, full circle and hope. I'll knock the bones as your nerves assault. Forget about mortality and never mind normality. Vitality, brutality, become your new mentality. Bury the coil deep and leave it in tombs. Or I'll kill gold, now you deal in doom. Open your eyes and know when you do, you just might see a little change in you. Changes, and I'm opening wide. Split to the marrow when the daylight dies. Crack to the knuckle down and buckle the bone. Written blood and cut into stone. Now something nameless is growing inside. Raised out the barrel by midnight side. Desecrated, recreated, never atone. Sever in the seed is sown. I feel a strangeness beneath my hide. Squirming and burning in the moonlight's eyes. Snap and I ambulate, fresh flesh animate. Awaken to a world unknown and the pulse it raises. No, it's not painless. All of these changes in me. Changes.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm gay. What's up, everybody, and welcome to a very special early edition of Boys Nights. It is Friday nights, and I figured I finally managed to fix my sleeping schedule, so why the hell not start a little early when a few more people might be around who don't normally catch these streams. You know, here at Boys Nights, we're all about bringing people together, right? Right, and so we got to be inclusive for people in different time zones or whatever. I just started early, and I'm trying to make it seem like I'm doing something, good or productive. It's an early stream. Who gives a fuck? Also, yes, I am wearing the jacket. Decided to get a little dressed up this evening. During the week, I just go with the plain old wife beater. But yeah, I figured the audience might be a little bigger tonight, so yeah, decided to get spiffed up, put on my best outfit, which is just my normal outfit, but with a jacket. I need more outfits. I'm gonna work on that. I'm bored. Broadcast Radio says, haven't been able to join in a bit because of this BS known as a job. Yeah, I've had a couple of those. They fucking suck. But right now, neat life, baby. That's the life I'm living. Just burning through my savings like nobody's business. But that was always my goal in having a job. The last job I have, I was like, I'm gonna work this job for like 5 years. I was at that place for like half a decade. I was like, I'm gonna work this job. I'm gonna save up a bunch of money, and then I'm gonna quit and become a successful YouTuber while living off my savings. And all I can say is I definitely accomplished the goal of living off my savings. I've been doing great. Been doing great at that. Pay to pay in this economy. Yeah, it's not even pay to win. It's just pay to continue paying. Cypher says, I've never had savings, paycheck to paycheck life, baby. Yeah, well, I was fortunate enough last time I had a job to get a decent one through pure nepotism, by the way, not merit whatsoever. I only got the job because my sister worked for the company, and my sister's a homie, and she was like, hey bro, I can get you a job here. It's gonna be pretty, you're not gonna be eating fucking caviar and filet mignon or anything, but it's way better than what you're doing now, which is living with our parents and trying and failing to sell drugs. So yeah, it was an okay job. I mean, don't get me wrong. It was technical support, right? It was a call center job. The work itself was absolutely brutal. Just all day, every day, talking to very angry people whose equipment wasn't working. It sucked dick, but the pay and the benefits were not bad. I have a 401k, if you can believe that, from that job. Although a few years ago, I had to take money out of it, and let me tell you, that sucks. They tax your ass pretty hard. Also, holy shit, look at this. Grustein, how you doing, my boy? says, have a coffee binge on me or don't and use it for something actually useful. Well, I already have plenty of coffee, but I guarantee you I'll use it for something. Thank you so much, dude. I hope things are going good for you. Yeah, fucking mad appreciation for that. And, and then we also got one from Cypher that says, speaking of bad financial decisions. Yeah, hey, we all make them sometimes, right? Some of us more than others, but, we don't have to talk about that too much. Also, hey, giving me money, I wouldn't call that a bad financial decision. Totally unbiased viewpoint, of course. But thank you guys. Thank you both. Just to show you how appreciative I am, I'm going to click the little heart thing on both of those. Yeah. Go ahead and give me super chats, guys. You too can get a little heart clicky thing. I don't know what that does. My YouTube added that like a couple years ago. Doesn't appear to actually do anything, but it shows. I guess it shows my holy shit.
My financial decisions could be worse.
Yeah, no. Just think about that. Thank you, Dark Mario. Just think about that. If you're about to give me a super chat and you think I could do something better with this money, then just think for a moment. You could also do something worse with that money, right? Just saying. But yeah, thank you guys. I do appreciate it. Cypher says it showed a little message showing you hearted my dono. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess that's what it does, isn't it? The heart makes our parasocial attachment tingle. Yeah, for real. The parasocial relationship goes both ways. This is something streamers don't talk about very often. They're like, oh, my audience is so parasocial. It's like, so are you, dude. You're spending 8 hours a day streaming to these people or whatever. You're parasocial too. Good God, fine, I'll like the stream. Yeah, if you haven't already, click like on the stream. Probably won't really do anything, but it's a nice gesture. It's a nice gesture. Yeah. Let me see. Yep, early boys' night tonight. Early boys' night. Did you see Iron Mouse collabed with BB No $1-800? I don't know what that means. Is that a streamer? If it is, they have a very complicated name. They should make that easier to say. It's interesting you bring up Iron Mouse though, because she was actually the first person I ever heard talk about it. Like the two-way parasocial relationship between streamer and audience. She was the first one I ever heard bring that up, and it definitely resonated with me. Music artist? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's why I don't know about them. In terms of music, all I listen to is like the same shit I was listening to like 20 years ago. I have very little like new music that I'm into. Lost connection for a second there. Well, I hope it's you and not me. Yeah, who would choose a long, hard to say name for an online handle? Exactly. I'm bored broadcast studio, WTFPL. Who would do that? Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I upped my mouth sensitivity a little bit. I turned the gain up on my webcam microphone, so you can't hear it, right? Because I'm using a different microphone that's actually inputting to OBS, but it makes my lips move a lot more, and I think the lip sync looks better. Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to do that for like years, and it was really simple. I just had to turn the microphone gain up in fucking Windows. I was trying to turn it up in VRoid Studio, and it never worked. And then I just turned it up in Windows, and I was like, oh, well, that was fucking obvious. But yeah, now it catches me even if I talk quietly, even if I whisper, it picks up most of it. Anyway, how y'all doing? How's your waifus doing tonight, guys? I'm assuming you're all just sitting at home, watching the stream, chilling with your waifus. I know that's what I'm doing. What's up? What's up, Judah? Yeah. Also, question. When it comes to waifus, do you guys believe in the traditional approach where you're only allowed to have one waifu, or do you have multiple waifus? Right. This is a long raging internet debate. Right. The traditionalists, say you can only have one waifu, and if you have more than one, then none of them count. While the new school casuals will say that you can have as many waifus as you want. Why have one when you can have many? Well, the whole idea is the original idea of the term waifu meant one character, one anime girl that you dedicated yourself to exclusively, right? Like a monogamous relationship. However, over the decades, that term has kind of been appropriated for different uses, and now the word waifu just means like a cute anime girl, right? Like we say that all the time, like, that's a hot waifu right there. So I think it's more of a boomer thing and when I say boomer, I mean like, the meme sense of boomer, like people in their 30s who, still adhere to the original meaning of the word, and then people who are younger just kind of use it as like whatever, like, yeah, she's my waifu, she's my waifu, she's my waifu, I used to get in debates on the internet about this shit all the time, but now I don't bother anymore. I have my views on it. Other people have their views on it. I'm not going to change anybody's mind. Is that someone says one waifu per series? I think that's an interesting definition, or application, rather. Christine says, "Oh yeah, Tomoko is still my waifu." That's an interesting waifu choice. Interesting. Yeah. I hope in your mind she's an aged up Tomoko, right? Because the Tomoko in Watamote, I think when Watamote started she was like 14, 15, so one anime waifu, one game waifu, one IRL waifu. So okay, so you do it by like media genre then. Well, I guess IRL isn't a media genre. I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe it is. At this point, the internet is more real to me than real life, so who's to say real life isn't just another show to watch. I've always felt like real life is like a grind heavy RPG. Real life is like a grind heavy MMO, but without like being fun. What if your anime waifu has a video game? I don't know. I don't know. You would you'd have to ask Sir Frosty on that. That's his definition of the word. Myth says Nico Robin has been my waifu for as long as I can remember. She basically groomed me as a kid. Pretty based. Nico Robin's hot. Although, yeah, Nico Robin's hot. I personally think Hancock is hotter though. Boa Hancock. Wait, can femboys be waifus like Astolfo? I mean, you know, there's waifu, there's husbando, right? We have male and female terms for these, but when you get into the realm of femboys, it's like that's a gray area, right? Do you call him your waifu or your husbando? I don't really know. That's something for the femboy lovers to sort out, right? I'm not part of that crowd, so I'm not going to impose my own definitions upon them. Hancock is top tier. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Super hot. Kind of a cunt, at least when she first shows up, but banging body. She's a certified baddie, that one. Marge Simpson. Hey, Marge Simpson is married, all right? You fucking homewrecker. Jesus. If they're a bottom, they can be your waifu. Okay, good. We're getting some insight from the other femboy lovers here. Have you ever tried to turn your waifu into a tulpa? I mean, we were talking about tulpas like a couple weeks ago. I'm not really sure what a tulpa is, to be honest. If you're asking, like, you know, do I have an imaginary life inside of my head where me and my waifu are together, then yes, absolutely. I think a lot of us do. But have I ever sat down and been like, all right, tulpa time. I'm gonna make a tulpa. No. I don't understand tulpas, and I have heard odd tales on 4chan of people who, you know, and who knows if these are urban legends or actual experiences, but I've heard some pretty wild tales about like tulpa forcing going very wrong and people giving themselves like accidental schizophrenia basically from like trying to create tulpas and doing it wrong. So I have never tried to do that. Captain Derp says Homer drinks so much, can he even get it up? You'd be surprised how much you can drink and still get a boner. I can speak to that. Definitely. Like, you know, obviously if you get completely shit-faced, then you know, there's a high probability of whiskey dick, definitely. But I was never a get completely shit-faced kind of guy. I was like a steady all-day drinker, and yeah, like you can still get a boner, right? That was one of my favorite things to do is you know, get buzzed and jerk off, right? Have a few beers, smoke some weed, sit down, have a good old-fashioned cross-faded jerk session. One of my favorite pastimes. According to Google, a tulpa is a being or object created through intense visualization and concentration techniques, essentially a thought form brought into existence. Yeah, no, I've looked into it. I know what it is in like a purely definitional sense. I understand what a tulpa is, but I don't understand the intricacies of how you would go about creating one of those, and therefore I just have never gone down that route because it seems it seems dangerous. It seems like a dangerous thing to do if you don't know what you're doing. But anyway, yeah, you'd be surprised how much beer you can drink and still get a boner. It's canon that Ned Flanders is hung. Good to know. Good to know. I was never a big Simpsons watcher, so I don't know the lore, right? It says, before I knew what a tulpa was, I tried to make a girlfriend in my head. She would get upset when I'd beat to other anime girls, and I unironically started feeling guilty about it at the time. It's a risky path. Well, if, yeah, huh, all right. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've always had a, like, I've always imagined myself very vividly in my head having a life with my waifu, but never sat down and tried to create a tulpa. Let's see. I heard that there's some guy who's trying to make a homunculus. What's a homunculus? I gotta look that up. I hear that word bandied about. In neuroscience, a homunculus is a distorted representation of the human body used to illustrate the proportional representation of different... Oh, I've seen this. Yeah. Okay, I've seen one of these. They showed us one of those when I was taking psychology courses in college. Mac, have you seen FMA Brotherhood? Yes, I've seen some of it. But I wasn't a fan. Yeah. Yeah, no. I started watching Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. God, that was a long time ago. That had to be like over 10 years ago that I tried watching that show. And I got like a few episodes in, and what's his name? The main dude, Edward Elric, he was so fucking annoying that I stopped watching the show. He just got on my nerves constantly, and I couldn't deal with it. By the way, the Steam summer sale started today. If only they'd have a summer sale in Action Taimanen. Give me some cheap gems. FMA Brotherhood and FMA are very different anime. Did you watch FMA? Yeah, I watched both. I got a lot further in the original Full Metal Alchemist than I did in Brotherhood. I honestly don't remember. I remember sitting down and beginning to watch it, and like enjoying it, but I was on so many drugs back then. I really don't know what happened after that, but I know I got much further in that show than I did in Brotherhood. It sucks because I've been watching anime for such a long time, but like most of it I don't remember, like at all. Like you guys ever seen Flying Witch? I think it was a manga first. Flying Witch. Yeah, and they made an anime out of it. And I remember one time a few years ago, I sat down, I found the Flying Witch anime, and I was like, oh, this looks like it would be interesting to me. And I sat down, and I started watching it, and I got like I think halfway through the show, maybe 6-7 episodes in, before I realized I had watched the entire thing before, and I just didn't remember it until then. Right? So like, you know, most shit that I watched before, like I don't know, a few years ago. Really can't recall at all. Kiki's Delivery Service. Yes, I have watched Kiki's Delivery Service. It was cute. Which version of Kiki? The Disney butchered version or the sub? The sub. I never watched dubs. There's like a few exceptions to that. I do like the Watamote dub. Mostly because I like Monica Rial. I just like her voice. I like the Panty and Stocking dub for the same reason. But yeah, I never, like, if I'm going to watch a show, I never watch dubs. Potato says, I went into GameStop wearing my Nina t-shirt and the girl at the counter said, Edward, play with me. And I'm like, is this just a quote or are you hitting on me? I'm confused. Dude, you should have made a move, brother. That's an open invitation, right? You're lucky if you find a weeb girl in the wild like that. Anime dubs are awful. Who decided the girls and women need to speak with a nasal and shrill voice? Yeah, well, you know, like when you watch anime subs, you know, and you listen to the voices, a lot of the time, especially in like, you know, cute girls doing cute things type of shows, it feels like a lot of the voices are pretty high pitched. And so I think a lot of English VAs kind of try to emulate that tone in the dubs, but the problem is that doesn't work in English. It doesn't sound good in English. It sounds incredibly obnoxious and stupid, right? And I think they're just trying to emulate the vocal tone of the Japanese voices, but they're not really giving much thought to the fact that, you know, for native English speakers watching a dub, that just doesn't work. We're used to hearing that in Japanese voices, right? A lot of us, you know, most of our experience with the Japanese language is through anime because we're weebs, right? We're just a bunch of Western goofballs who like anime girls. They don't really think about, you know, how that's going to translate over to English, which for the most part it doesn't. That's why I like the Watamote dub, is because, you know, Tomoko's voice doesn't try to do that. She sounds like a fucking goblin, and it works to me. It works. The dubs are getting better. Yeah, see, I wouldn't know. I always pick the sub. Gerstein says, are you hyped for season 2 of Panty and Stocking? Yeah, absolutely. I'm just waiting for it to actually fucking happen. They've been talking about it for years. Crazy Ed says, Timon and Asagi is peak with or without the ninjas getting wrapped into orc legs. Yeah, I love action Timon, right? I love this version of the universe where it's just, you know, it's just hot ninja girls fighting Super Dracula and shit. I think it's a really fun universe. I've watched a couple of the OVAs and I'm not into, you know, I'm not into grape. I'm not into that. Yeah, it's not really my cup of tea. I prefer the non-grape flavored version of the universe. Fortunately, the action Taimanin universe is like a completely separate timeline from that. The only problem is most of the Taimanin merch is derived from Taimanin Asagi and its spin-offs rather than Action Taimanin. So, like, you know, I was telling people the other day I was looking for some for some timing and posters, right? I was like, I want an Asagi poster to put on my wall, but they're all, you know, they're all porn, right? And I'm not talking about tasteful nudes. I'm talking about, like, you know, like orc gangbangs and shit. And I'm just like, nah, it's not going on my wall. Timing in Darth Neo, how you doing? What's up? It's a name I haven't seen in a minute. One of the reasons why Western dubs are bad is because the companies don't want the actors to put any life into their characters. Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't know anything about that, right? Like, I don't know anything about the dubbing industry, so, but I'm afraid the dubs are going to be taken over by AI and be horrible all over again. I mean, yeah, I guess that would suck. I've never liked dubs in the first place, so it's really no skin off my back, but I suppose if you're a fan, that is a concern. I know they're already replacing video game VAs with AI, so we'll see. Everybody's worried about AI right now. It's the new boogeyman. There are a few merches of AT only in Japan, sadly. Yeah, I've got a couple of the figures. You know, I've got an Asagi figure and a Sakura figure. The figures are very nice. They're very cool. Yeah, the ones I got are like the second acts posable hentai figures. They're very cool. They're like Figmas, but they you can pull their tits out. It's like the best of both worlds, right? It's merging my two favorite hobbies, anime figures and porn. I absolutely adore it. Judah says, I for one welcome our robot overlords. Yeah, that does seem to be the minority viewpoint, right? At this point in time, most people I see on the internet are pretty hostile towards the rise of AI, if you want to put it dramatically. I think there's a lot of ways in which AI can make our lives better. I really do. I'm not a no AI guy. I'm not a boycott AI type of guy. The only thing I don't like is its encroachment on the artistic spaces, right? Like, visual arts, music, voice acting, to bring in what we were just talking about. YouTube videos. Although let's be perfectly honest, as a YouTuber myself, I can say this. Most YouTube videos are not art, and I'm including mine in that. They are just mindless entertainment. Let's see. Timon and Darth Neo says, by the way, the next merch from Timon and RPGX is an ASMR of Nurse Ingrid. Well, Ingrid has a fantastic voice, so I will enjoy listening to that when somebody posts a rip of it on the internet. Wasn't your average weeb mad at the use of CGI in anime? Why the AI acceptance? I don't get mad at the use of CGI in anime. I get mad at the use of bad CGI in anime. I've seen some very good CGI in anime. Case in point, good example I can give you is the Black Rock Shooter anime. Not the Blackrock Shooter OVA, because I believe that was all hand drawn. I'm talking about the first Blackrock Shooter anime series. Now, that show is very strange because the plot is completely fucking incomprehensible. I've watched it twice. I watched it once. I had no idea what the fuck was going on, so I watched it again just to make sure I wasn't crazy. And the second time, I also had no idea what the fuck was going on. But the all the fight scenes in the first Blackrock Shooter anime were CGI. They were computer animated, and they looked fucking great. They were awesome. So, yeah, I have no opposition to CGI in anime as long as it's done well. The problem is, it's often not. It's often just used as like a shortcut because people are like, "Oh my god, I don't want to animate that. Let's just CGI it. Call it a day." But yeah, and I'm sure there's other examples that I could think of if I press myself, but that's just the best one I can come up with off the top of my head. I've always wanted to do a video about that show, actually, the first Blackrock Shooter anime, just because it's so bizarre and just so incomprehensible. It's one of the most incoherent shows I've ever watched in my life. You guys should check it out if you haven't. Mr. Prickly says, good CGI requires a good mix of time, talent, and skill. Having too much of one doesn't make up for lack of the others. I definitely agree. It's just like any other artistic endeavor, it has to be done correctly. Otherwise, it's gonna suck dick. But anyway, I think they did another Blackrock Shooter anime recently, but I don't know if I'm right about that. I might have just fucking imagined it. But yeah, I'm talking about the first one. It had great CGI animations. Oh yeah, and one of the reasons that it did was those CGI animation sequences, the fight scenes, were directed by Hiroyuki Imaishi. So, whoever was talking about time and talent, there you go. That just lends credence to that argument. If you get the right guy to do something, it'll come out well. If you do a shitty job, it'll come out shitty. Opinions on what is done well can vary. Well, of course, done well is subjective. It's a matter of opinion. But I think, yeah, some things seem universally bad. I think there's a lot of CGI in anime we can just agree it sucks dick. Like I've seen in so many anime shows just like using CGI for like background characters and stuff, and it just it looks like you've got two hand-drawn characters in the foreground talking, and then in the background you have like a bunch of PS2 NPCs walking around, and it's just like, dude, come on. Speaking of great CGI, I made the most bonerific boning scene in history. Well, Potato, send it to me. I'll look at it off stream. Anyway, I'm trying to think of any good like all CGI anime. Anyone's ever seen any anime that was all CGI animated? Thought it was good? I can't come up with any examples right off the top of my head, but there's got to be a few. I'm bored says part of the problem is that the people who make bad 3D are people who normally make 2D art and the skill does not transfer over. Yeah, no, I can definitely believe that. The Trigun remake, haven't seen it. Land of the Lustrous. Let me take a look at that. Land of the Lustrous. Yeah, I've never seen this before. Interesting. God, there's one I'm trying to think of. I can't remember the name of it. The the one I know everybody shits on is the Berserk. I know, because right there was yeah, it was Berserk 2016. I know everybody absolutely fucking hates the CGI in that. I'm not like a huge Berserk fan. I've never gotten into it, but I remember back when that came out, it was a it was a fucking big topic of conversation. People were really mad about it. Overlord has some bad CGI. Yeah, but Overlord, at least for me, is so entertaining that I don't give a shit. I love Overlord. I don't think Overlord is like high art or anything, but goddamn if it's not really entertaining to watch. I am eagerly awaiting a what? They've done 4 seasons of Overlord. Have they done 3 or 4? I forget. Let's look this up. Because I'm chomping at the bit for the next season of Overlord. Has it been 3 seasons or 4? 4? Okay. Yeah, so come on, give us another season. Give us another season, guys. I love the idea of a character like Ainz. You know, he's like to me he's the powerful character done right. You know, in so many anime you have like an MC, right? And the MC is supposed to be the underdog, right? He's supposed to be at some kind of disadvantage, but then he just ends up being more fucking powerful than everybody else, right? They figure out some loophole, and even though he's the underdog, he always fucking wins. And the thing I love about Overlord is they dispense with the masquerade, right? It's like Ainz is the most fucking powerful dude in the world, and that's it. That's his fucking character. He beats everybody just overwhelmingly. Mr. Prickly says, I hate maxed out protagcons. I don't hate it necessarily. I think it can be fun, but what I hate is when they try to couch it in the idea of the protagonist being the opposite, right? It's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want the protagonist to be the downtrodden underdog who has to prove himself, but they also want him to be the most powerful fucking guy in the world, right? Because, because you're trying to sell the series to adolescent boys, right? And so on this side you want the like, you know, you want to send the message of like, oh, even the weakest person can be can be the protagonist, can be the cool guy who gets the girl. But then you also want to sell them the whole fucking power fantasy of being the total badass who wins every battle. And it's like those don't work together. Those don't mesh. Those are like two mutually exclusive things. You can't have the most powerful guy in the world be the underdog. So when you have something like Overlord where they just completely dispense with this side of it, and they just be and they're just like, yeah, he's the strongest guy. Einzelgaun is the strongest guy ever. Nobody can beat him. You already know he's going to win every single battle. The fun of the show is not will he win. The fun of the show is seeing how he wins and how overwhelmingly he wins. I really like that. It's a power fantasy with a self-insert protagonist usually. Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that, and that's why I don't find those kinds of shows compelling, because I don't want I don't like the whole self-insert thing, right? I don't want to insert myself into a show. And, I mean, this is the problem with so many anime MCs in general. Is like they're made to be super generic dudes so that they can act as a stand-in for anyone, right? As an anime MC myself, I'm very passionate about this topic. They're meant to be just some generic dude who, quote unquote, just wants to live a normal life that anybody can project themselves onto. And it's like, I'm not 13 years old, so I don't want to project myself onto the main character of the show. I want an interesting character whose personality and character development I can follow and be captivated and enthralled by. Potato says, I don't want to insert myself into any MCs. Well, maybe one. Hey there, Mac. Whoa, buddy. Keep it in your pants, all right? This is Boys Night. It's not Ram Ranch. That's only for Hildy. Shut up. I'm so tired of this pegging thing. It never happened. It never will happen unless you guys give me $10,000. That's the condition on that. You want Hildy to put things in my butt? You gotta pay. You want something up my ass? You gotta pay out of your ass. Dark Mario says, I prefer to have an MC inserted into me. Whoa. Sorry, but you're gonna have to find a different MC. I'm not some prostitute for hire, okay? Oh, speaking of that, just so you guys know, Dark Mario's subathon begins tomorrow, and I am going to be making a little guest appearance on there. Apparently it's going to be around 4 p.m. PST tomorrow, Saturday. So just letting you all know that that's going to be happening. So I will, I'll post, you know, I feel like most of you guys are in the Discord server. I'll make a post in the Discord server when that happens. So yeah, if you guys want to show up for that, that would be much appreciated. Don't say it, don't say it. Okay, disregard everything I just said. I will make no announcements whatsoever. And don't come to Dark Mario Subathon. Don't do it. There. You happy? Just trying to do something nice. Oh, do you have a Discord server? Yeah, I do, but the link never works. Here, hold on. It's in the description. I'll post a new link in the chat because the goddamn link expires all the time. Oh shit, I almost hit leave server. Oops. Did I leave my own server? Okay, no, I'm good. It was supposed to be a surprise. Oh. Well, oops. My bad. Should have told me that before I started streaming. Anyway, let me get the link here. Yeah, pretend I didn't say that, guys. It's a surprise. I mean, you don't have to apologize. It's just, yeah. I didn't know. I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do. I mean, the goal of a subathon is to get as many people there as possible. So I figured it would be a good signal boost. Okay. I got the link here. Let me post this in chat. There. Whoops. There. That's the Discord. I'll update the link in the bloody fucking description as well. What is going on with my fucking browser here? Okay. There we go. There's Discord link there and in the description. Anywho, what the fuck were we talking about? Oh. Something I wanted to show you guys. From Mr. Prickly. Mr. Prickly gave me a nice little piece of fan art on Twitter. Huge shouts out to Mr. Prickly, Dark Mario, and everyone else who's been doing fan art for me. Because, you know, I don't get a lot of fan art, right? Everybody's got such a huge boner for Dashie and Katsu. Your old boy Mac doesn't exactly get a whole lot of attention. So, to the people who've been doing that, my eternal gratitude. I love you very much. This is fucking great. This is great. I just gotta save it, and then wouldn't it be great if you could just drag and drop fucking images from your browser into OBS like every single other program on Windows? Wouldn't that be nice if they didn't intentionally make it more difficult? Also, wouldn't it be great if Twitter stopped using this dogshit JFIF file extension for every single image on their site and just used a normal one, like a PNG or a JPEG. Holy shit, my man, what is the resolution on this? This is massive. Alright, so this is from Mr. Prickly. And it's a lovely little scene of Katsu giving me a gift, which is Asagi in her Christmas present outfit. Did I open the present? Absolutely. Are you kidding me? That wrapping's coming off real quick. But yeah, this is adorable. If you guys, hold on, let me minimize this for a second. If you guys weren't there for that, let me show you in the game real quick. This is one of the in-game outfits. Where are you, Asagi, my dear? Oh, there you are. Yeah. And you know, I should I'll equip that outfit for her. She looks good in that. But yeah. So that was the inspiration for this lovely art here. Now there's one thing that is highly inaccurate about this picture. You know, that I would just like to point out. And can anyone spot the inaccuracy? I'll give you a few seconds. Can anyone spot the glaring inaccuracy in this image? Her hair? No, that doesn't matter. Also, that's not an inaccuracy because you can change your hair so it's down like that in the game. So that is technically accurate. Cyber Game Man hit the nail on the head. Ding, 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 ding. That is the glaring inaccuracy in this picture. Despite the fact that it is a lovely piece of art, beautifully drawn, the one glaring inaccuracy in this image is that Katsu is being nice to me. That would never, ever, ever happen in real life. Ever. If Katsu found a hot anime girl, she would keep her for herself. There's no way she would give me a present. Katsu wouldn't even give me a slice of pizza if I asked. All right? Let alone a gift as wonderful as this. So yeah. It's a lovely drawing, Mr. Prickly, but I must say that the premise is entirely inaccurate. This would never happen. But yeah, other than that, absolutely love it. And you know, I hope life imitates art, and one day Katsu learns to be nice to me like she's doing in this image. Oh, hold on. Just gotta craft some shit I'm working on here. X. All right, and back to the control room here. You know, I really like this screen. I like hanging out in the timing and control room. I feel like it has a very cozy feel to it. You know, even aside from the waifus with big titties, I like the blue lighting. It feels like a nice little cave for us to stream from. I thought you and Katsu were longtime friends. Yeah, that's why we hate each other. What do you think friends are? A friend is just someone you can stand to be around for an extended period of time. Judah says, I wonder what that control room smells like. I am sure you do. Let's see. You know, I'm guessing it smells nice, actually, right? Like, I'm sure these lovely ladies wear nice perfume. Sure, it smells good. Although maybe not Obero. She's a villain, right? So yeah, maybe the whole control room smells like Obero armpits. She's like, I don't need to wear antiperspirant. Fuck everybody. I don't know if I could live with someone I hate. I mean, listen, I don't hate Katsu, all right? We're like, you know, we're friends, obviously, but we're at that stage of friendship where it's like we've known each other for so long, we're not pretending about anything. She's annoying, she thinks I'm annoying, and we're just very blunt about it. I don't know, it's been very hot lately, so much boob sweat. Oh no, this place has AC. It's great. It's nice. It's a nice cool 69 degrees. If you ask her, she'll say the opposite. Of course she will. Because she's tsundere for everybody. You know? Like your typical Sun anime girl is like directs it all at one guy, right? Katsu is tsundere for everybody. So it's not hatred so much as you don't have to be nice about each other's flaws. Exactly. That's what a true friend is. Someone you don't have to pretend with. I know when you first develop a friendship with someone, you're super nice and accommodating, and you know, you want to put the best version of yourself forward. But when you've been friends with someone your whole life, it's like with a sibling, you know? I'm the same way with Katsu that I am with my sister, right? It's completely mask off. We don't have to pretend it's anything other than exactly what it is. Gideon says, sorry about the autism. I have to have my terms defined well. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I know quite a few autistic people. I feel like over the years I've gotten pretty adept at explaining things in an autist-friendly way. If you've been friends for 30 years, you can talk about each other's problems or things you don't like about them and nobody gets angry. I wouldn't say nobody gets angry. No, I wouldn't say that at all. Just you can insult each other, get angry at each other, and you're still friends. That's how it works. World building lore indeed. Also, hey Riddle, how you doing? Haven't seen you around in a minute. Potato says, someone told me autistics take things literally, so I said, no, that's kleptomania. That's pretty good. I'm not dead. Got myself a cool cane. Nice. Like do you need a cane to walk, or is it just a fashion statement, like a pimp cane? Do you use it to smack hoes? I should get me one of those, actually. I'd look cool with a cane. Don't you guys think? The lore dump when Katsu comes back will be legendary. Yeah, I mean, Katsu is known for her legendary dumps, so I can't argue with that. Sword cane. That would be cool. Actually, I think I have a weapon in this game that straight up is a cane. Hold on. I think it's Anrose. I think it's an Anrose weapon. Let's take a look. Anrose weapon. Yeah. Straight up. She got a straight up pimp cane right there. It's pretty sick. I should use that. Anywho. Yo, MC, you need some new clothes? Tell me about it, man. Tell me about it. I was just saying at the beginning of the stream, I need a new goddamn outfit. Don't worry, these are washed though, right? It's not like I wear the same clothes every day. I just have like 10 sets of the same clothes. I'll dress you up in the ribbon outfit. Hey, if you want to do a drawing of it, feel free. If you want to try to do that in real life, we're gonna have a problem. I'm not big on letting people dress me up. I'm not my dress up darling over here. Doing the laundry has to be easy. Yep, all my clothes are black. No need to separate the whites. No need to separate the whites and the colors. I feel like we're still really racist with laundry, right? We've went through that whole civil rights movement, integrated all the schools. Black people had to fight for the right to vote, and yet we still separate the whites and the colors when it comes to laundry. But I'm very big on diversity and DEI initiatives, so I employ only black clothes. All my clothes are black. All right, I feel I'm just giving back to the community. Mecha G says if you don't separate them, the whites become colored. Yeah, well, that's like that whole white genocide thing that the neo-Nazis talk about, right? They want to keep the race pure. Nacho says, I just throw everything in together, and if I get a new color shirt out of it, then yay. Yeah, exactly. You're basically giving yourself new clothes. Levi says, I don't wear white clothes because I'm messy. Yeah. That's another reason I like black clothes, actually. is because, like, if I spill, you know, beer, well, I don't drink beer anymore, but I did for a very long time, and if I spill, like, beer or soda or whatever on a black shirt, doesn't matter. Just let it dry and it's good to go. Be careful, dude. YouTube doesn't like mentions some of the things you just said all in one sentence. I don't care. Every stream gets demonetized. It doesn't matter. You can even bleed on black clothing and it'll come out. Yeah. I don't necessarily intentionally try to bleed on my clothes, but when I do, not a big deal. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about the stream getting demonetized. Like, it's already happened. It's already happened, guaranteed. The only thing I have to contend with black clothes is fucking toothpaste. Every time I brush my teeth, I get toothpaste on my fucking shirt, and I don't know why toothpaste is like this, but for some reason, you get toothpaste on a black shirt, and you have to, like, throw it in the laundry and run the laundry. It doesn't matter how long it doesn't matter if you get a wet towel and try to scrub it out or anything. It's just there forever unless you wash the shirt. Why are you wearing a shirt when you're showering and brushing your teeth? When did I say showering? When did I say I was wearing a shirt while showering? Why the fuck would I do that? I said when I was brushing my teeth. It's... Oh my god, he's wearing a shirt while he's brushing his teeth? That's crazy. Like, what? Why would I not be? You don't shower with your clothes on like the rest of us? No, I remove my clothes before showering. Yeah. Although I used to, back when I was younger, back before I figured out, holy shit.
Tonkatsu Sinclair.
These streams are funded by degenerates like you. If you want to support these demonetized streams, you can do so by the link in the description below. Thank you.
What he said. Thank you, Nacho. Holy crap, that scared the fuck out of me. The stream elements thing is very loud on my end. I don't know how it is for you guys, but on my end, holy shit, it is surprising. But yes, thank you, Nacho. The streams are indeed all demonetized. I think out of, like, the last like all these boys' night streams, maybe like one or two of them actually have monetization turned on. They all get demonetized. I get no ad revenue, so if you want to throw me a little bone, a little attaboy to your buddy Mac, there's always the stream elements link at the top of the description there. Anyway, I have no idea what the fuck. Oh yeah. Before I figured out the paper towel method of jerking off, where you just come into a paper towel and be done with it, I used to have, it wasn't a sock. I didn't jerk off into a sock. I actually had a pair of underwear that I would always jerk off into. I wouldn't wear this underwear, right? It was some old, tattered, ratty-ass underwear that I would have thrown out anyway, and I would jerk off into it. And, the problem when you do that is it gets all crusty and sticky and gross, right? But I don't want to throw the jizz-covered underwear in with my other clothes, right? So what I would do is every day when I would take a shower, I would jerk off into this underwear before the shower, and then when I got in the shower, I would just take the pair of underwear, throw it on the floor in the shower, and then just let the water run over it, and like kind of get my foot and rub it against the bath mat and stuff to get all the jizz out of it, and then I'd hang it up to dry so I could jerk off the next day. Because, you know, you don't want to let, whether you're using a sock or a shirt or a pair of underwear, whatever, you don't want to let all that crusty ass jizz accumulate on your cum rag of choice. Let's see. Did you see the Wang AMA videos about the coconut? No, I haven't seen that one. Shulk Engelbrecht says, I read this Reddit post once about a guy who had this show box under his bed for several years. I'll let your imagination do the rest. What show box? What does that mean? I don't understand. Turn on a black light and the underwear is a Jackson Pollock painting. No. That, if you turn on a black light, that underwear would be glowing like it was fucking radioactive. Like there would be no part of it that didn't have, you know, semen embedded in it. I eventually just threw it away because it was like, you know, even though I was rinsing it off in the shower every day, it was just like, it was crusty as fuck. It was gross. Yeah, just use disposable items to jerk off into. If there's one thing I've learned over the years, just use paper towel, Kleenex, whatever. Don't jerk off into a sock. Don't jerk off into boxer shorts or whatever. Just use something you can throw away. Coconut with a hole in Africa. Hormonal teen keeps using the same one in summer. With a fly problem, you can guess the results. Oh, that sounds gross. Yeah, I did see a Wang video though about a guy who was jerking off into like a rubber glove or something, and he just threw it in his closet and just let it sit there for like years and years, and he started having like respiratory problems or something, and like his room started smelling really fucking vile. He started like not being able to breathe, and he realized it was because like all that jizz in that rubber glove in his closet had just turned into like pure black mold soup. Yeah, no. Dispose of your semen properly, guys. That's all I can say. Please. Don't make yourself sick from like cum mold poisoning. Life finds a way. That's how you get a homunculus. All right. Yeah, people were saying someone was trying to create a homunculus. That's how you do it. Come into a glove, throw it in a closet for a few years. That would be horrifying, you know? You like, you come in something, and it somehow, I don't know, like, it creates, is it possible? No, I guess it's not possible. In order to create, like, a human being, you need a, never mind. I'm having retarded ideas in my head. Yeah, that's enough internet. That's enough internet. On to a different topic. You nut in a sock and you hear, yeah, the next day you hear a voice, Father. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I was imagining. Like, you somehow grow a some sort of deformed offspring from your discarded jizz. Comes crawling out of your closet. It looks like Robot's real body in Invincible. It enjoys bad anime CGI. No no child of mine, jizz monster or not, is going to enjoy bad anime CGI. I'm going to school that little fucker on good taste. But yeah, no, if you guys want to know the easiest way to jerk off, like, you have kids, I thought you were impotent. Learn how to spell English words, you French fuck. If you're gonna try to insult me, at least spell it right. You fucked up, Daisy. You failed. Go sit in the corner and cry. No, but if you guys want to know the easiest, like, disposable method I've discovered for whacking off, I will tell you my system, alright? It makes it so fucking easy and enjoyable, right? Because, you know, when you're gonna nut, right, you're jerking it with one hand, you're you're using the other for your mouse so you can switch between porn. Yeah, no, this is jerk off min-maxing strats. Absolutely. You want one hand on the mouse so you can switch between all your porn tabs, and you want obviously one hand for jerking it. Right? So you can't be constantly like holding a paper towel over your dick, because then you lose a free hand. Right? So here's what I do. Before I jerk off, once I get my dick hard, right? You know, I start thinking about Sakura and Asagi, like, making out with each other, whatever. Dick gets hard. I got my roll of paper towels right here, right by the desk. I pull off 3 paper towels, right? And you may need to adjust the length, right, depending on whether they're half sheets or full sheets. But I pull off 3 paper towels, not individually, not like 1, 2, 3. 3 paper towels and then rip. So all 3 are attached together, right? You got 3 paper towels still attached together. Then on the bottom paper towel, I make a hole through it, right? And I put my dick through that, okay? And then, so there's these paper towels hanging around my dick. I generally put the other 2 sheets, I kind of like move them to the side so they're not in the way, right? And then, I'm jerking it, having my gooning session, having a good old goon sesh. And then when it gets to the point where I'm about to come in a minute or so, I just take those paper towels, one of them's my dick's going through the hole in the bottom one, and then I take the other 2 paper towel sheets and then just drape them over my dick, right? So it forms like a cum shield over my dick, and then I continue jerking, and then I bust a nut, and all my jizz just goes straight into the paper towel shield. Just goes right in there. I get very absorbent. I prefer Bounty. It's the quilted quicker picker upper Bounty paper towels. Very absorbent, and all my jizz just shoots forward right into the paper towels, and then that's quite a bit of preparation. No, it's not, dude. It takes 10 fucking seconds. You have paper towels by your desk. You just rip off 3 sheets, use your finger, make a hole, put it around your dick. Easy. Takes 10 fucking seconds. No preparation whatsoever. So you jizz right into the paper towel, and then you just pull that whole thing off, wad it up, throw it in the trash, and you're done. Easy peasy. Grosstein says, am I gay for recycling several gallons of my own semen? Well, what did you recycle it for? Exactly. Like, what did you do with it? Cypher says, I don't want any part of this bounty. Hey, fair enough. I call it Belladar's bounty. I think he's alluding to eating it. Yes, that is gay. If you're eating your own semen, probably gay. So the quicker quilted picker-upper becomes the faster masturbation mopper? It sure does, Gideon. That's a good one. That's pretty good. Okay, Jim K. Harkins, how you doing? Says, if Neil Armstrong was the first person on the moon, who filmed it? Well, they obviously found a cameraman who already lived on the moon, who was not a man, right? He was the first man on the moon. He wasn't, nobody said anything about women, right? So they clearly, they found some chick with a camera who already lived on the moon. The cameraman never dies. The cameraman died in Cloverfield. Y'all ever seen Cloverfield? It was a pretty good movie. Pretty good found footage movie. Yeah, they hired local. You're going to a new moon that you've never been to before. One of the easiest ways to ingratiate yourself with the community is to employ local workers. Not just once, the cameraman died several times in Cloverfield. I don't, I only remember the once, but I believe it. And in the Blair Witch Project, yeah, true. Blair Witch Project was like the genesis of found footage movies, at least in the public consciousness. I'm sure there were found footage movies before that, but Blair Witch was the first one that got really big. And man, like, I remember back when that came out, like, people saying, oh, it's real, this is actually, like, they found these tapes in the woods and they made it into a movie. Yeah, now the whole fucking genre has just been done to death. I recently tried watching some, like, I don't even remember what it was called, but it was some, like, new found footage horror movie, and like, it didn't even look convincingly fake, right? Because like it was like, the camera was like super 4K HD, and like all the panning shots were just like perfect. There was no what do you call it? Like all the panning shots were perfectly steady. I was just like, this doesn't even look like found footage anymore. It looks like just somebody's home movie. Some amateur filmmaker's home movie. Cannibal Holocaust was the first. Yeah, I've never seen it. Blair Witch was the first to make money. Yeah, horror movies that are supposed to be found footage and the camera never even shakes. Yeah, that's stupid. Wreck was a pretty good found footage movie. Yeah, I saw Wreck back in the day. It was not bad. Then there was Paranormal Activity. I never liked those movies that much, but they were okay. At least the first one was. Holy shit. Isn't a Serbian film supposed to be found footage? I don't know. I've never seen it. I've heard it's like... I've just had people tell me, don't watch that. It's disturbing. Thank you, Pat M. I feel blessed. I want a disaster film where the last scene is like shrapnel or bullets hitting the camera, and then the lens goes cracked and just turns black, and you just hear people scream about the cameraman being dead. I feel like there was some movie that did that. Maybe I'm just imagining it. Is that someone says, I hate shaky cam, but found footage is supposed to be like that? Yeah, I mean, it depends. Um, yeah, I feel like in the 2000s, the whole shaky cam thing just got very overused and stale, but it works depending on the context. If the movie has super smooth panning, it's fake. If your found footage movie doesn't look like an epileptic holding the camera at a rave, it's real. Yeah, well, I mean, in order for me to in order for me to have suspension of disbelief in a found footage movie, it has to it has to have it has to look like somebody's using a camera. You know, it doesn't have to be jittering and shaking all over the goddamn place, right? Because then that's just annoying and it gives you a headache. But you can't have, like, you know, perfectly smooth panning shots and shit that look like they were done with a tripod or whatever they use. JC says, sort of a tangent, but do you still watch Ame via her new persona, Doobie? No, I didn't know she had a new one. Did she go indie? That's cool. What is she on YouTube, on Twitch? Where's she at? I'd absolutely love to subscribe to that. I didn't know Ame was back. Yes, she did. YouTube, it seems. Hold on, I gotta look this up. Doobie. Let's see. Shooby dooby doo. See. Oh yeah, I didn't know about this. Also, her new avatar looks pretty familiar. Looks like Amelia but with the haircut. All right, I will subscribe. I didn't know she was back. Didn't know she was back at it. The only doobie I know is from Planet Dolan. Oh my god. That's Dolan Duck. That's a meme I have not thought of in a while. Speaking of indies, Saba debuts tomorrow. I don't even know who that is. Am I supposed to know who that is? Oh, it's Gura. Oh boy. All right. Well, yep. I gotta. Does she already have a channel? I figured she was just going to go back to Senzawa. She debuts tomorrow. Man, I probably won't be able to catch that because I've got stuff to do tomorrow, but man, that's good to hear. Glad Gura's still alive and kicking. Does anybody know exactly like what happened with her in Hololive? Um, was it like health issues or what? Because yeah, I remember in the beginning, Gura streamed all the time, and then for the past couple years, she's just kind of been AWOL. From what I understand, they wanted her to work more. She didn't want to do it, so she left. Hey, I mean, I don't know. You know, obviously, I'm not familiar with the inner workings of Hololive, but I don't know how they figured they had any like negotiation power with her, right? Um, she was the most popular VTuber, most subscribed VTuber in the world, right? People are there for some of these VTuber agencies don't seem to understand that at the end of the day, people are there for the VTuber. They're not there for the agency. You know, Hololive, in terms of brand recognition, has done very well. I will absolutely give them that. Um, they're probably in the West, they're the biggest name in VTubing, and they have been for quite a while. But at the end of the day, people are there for the streamer. They're not there for the brand name. So I don't know how they thought they could get her to do any fucking thing that she didn't want to do. Apparently, being the face of VTubing took its toll on her, and she was expected to work more, so she left. Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, right? Like, going from, because like before she was Gura, she was Senzawa, right? But she she didn't have the same kind of public facing persona. The Senzawa channel was basically just shit posting, right? She'd make like goofy little songs and stuff like that, and they got a lot of views, but she wasn't directly interacting with the audience. She was just shit posting. I imagine going from that to very quickly being the most popular VTuber in the world with thousands of people watching you live unedited is pretty jarring and probably was very, very fucking stressful. They own the persona and models usually, so they feel like they own the VTuber, but a lot of them want the tubers to live the idol lifestyle, including controlling their friends. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. You know, I was a fan of Gura before she was Gura, and I will be a fan of Gura after Gura, or Doobie now. Or no, wait, that's Amelia. What's her new name? Saba? Yeah. I don't give a shit about the whole live name. I don't give a shit about that particular character or model. I think that person is entertaining, and wherever she ends up, I will be a fan. Corporate direction for more recorded and live performances, not just playing games. Inundated fan desire that was too much pressure for her introverted heart. Crown weighed heavy. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that. Like the most people I've ever had on a stream watching me is maybe like 300, back in the day before I fell off, and I can only imagine multiplying that number like tenfold, 20-fold, Be crazy. Gekito says, yo, what's going on? Not much, dude. Just, we were just talking about VTubers. Talking about, Gura and her imminent, debut under her new persona, I guess you want to call it. It's also, speaking to what y'all were saying a minute ago about, like, these agencies, they own the rights to the character, so they think they own the person. Like, what do they think they're going to do? Like, why even own that? I mean, I guess, okay, while the person is employed with them, I understand owning it for copyright reasons. But what do they think they're going to do with that after the person leaves? Right? Do they think they're going to recast Gargura? No. It's over. If, oh, I want to see that. Oh, yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious if they tried to, tried to recast Gura or Amelia or whatever. There'd be riots in the fucking streets. Sun's coming up. Gonna go for a walk and retrace my steps to find my lost phone. All right, Grustine. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Yeah, I hope you find your phone. A recast would be a hilarious flop. Yeah, I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. I'm surprised one of these VTuber agencies like, Hololive, Niji, whatever. I'm surprised they haven't tried to recast a graduated VTuber. I guess even they aren't that fucking stupid. At least not yet. I guarantee you one of them's going to try it eventually. One of them's going to try it eventually, and then nobody's ever going to try it again. Pat M says, Katsu as Gura, how confused would the fans be? Oh, God, yeah, no. First of all, Katsu wouldn't do that. Second of all, that would be a generational disaster. You should be Gura, but in the Tonkatsu voice. Dude, no, you can't just make a Gura model and be like, I'm Gura now. You'd get the shit suit out of you. I'm not trying to get sued. Samuel L. Jackson as Gura. Now, if they did that, that would, I feel like that would be successful. You ever seen that, that Samuel L. Jackson quote unquote interview? It's like one of those videos. I forget what, organization does it, but they go on Google and they find the top, Google searches about a celebrity, and then they have the celebrity answer those questions. And they did one with Samuel L. Jackson, and one of the questions was, does Samuel L. Jackson like anime? And he just goes, yes, I do, and hentai too. It was so based. I was just like, dude, I didn't know Samuel L. Jackson was so cultured. You would make a great Pop Team Epic VA. What's Pop Team Epic? I gotta look that shit up. Pop Team Epic. What is this shit? Is this some internet cartoon thing or something? I don't know. I don't know anything about anything. I just live in my own little world. Not surprised hearing that from Sam Jackson. He's a real one. Yeah, he's pretty cool. I love. I've seen another clip of him talking about Django. You know, playing what's this? Steven. The the character he played in Django, and he was just he was like, so Quentin Tarantino sent me the script, and I read it, and then I called him back, and I was like, okay, so basically you want me to just play the most despicable Negro in the history of cinema? And Quentin Tarantino's like, yeah, and he's like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. Levi Evil says, I'm a get off. Nice. Wifey trying to get me to a regular sleep schedule. Oh, you mean that kind of get off? Well, tell her I said that if she's trying to change your sleep schedule, she better give you a little bit of incentive to come to bed, right? Maybe something that'll make you sleepy, nice and relaxed, so you can go to bed early, like a little little sucky $5. Pop Team Epic is a manga series that got a pretty nice anime a couple years back. Huh. I googled it, and I've seen images of this before. I didn't know what it was exactly. Yeah, is this one of those, the way this looks kind of reminds me of Take You. Any of you guys ever seen Take You? I love that show. It's like 2-minute episodes, and with the most machine gun rapid fire dialogue delivery you've ever seen in your life. Like if you have trouble reading subtitles, watch Take You, right? Because it's like you have to learn how to speed read in order to even watch Take You. Yeah, that's kind of like Pop Team Epic. Yeah, just the characters, and it looks like sometimes they're drawn as goofy little chibi things, and other times they draw them like real anime girls. It reminded me a lot of Take You. Levi says, she does, let's just say this once, I listen and she makes sure I don't leave. Alright, based, pretty based. Jackson has also defended Quentin various times because, in Jackson's words, when I play a role in his movies, I'm the smartest, cool-headed, the smartest, most cool-headed and valuable person there. Would a racist do that for me? Yeah, no, I saw that. I saw that interview clip as well. That's a very good point. Yeah, people need to get out of this stupid mindset that's been propagated over the past decade or so, that using racist or homophobic or whatever terminology automatically makes you racist or homophobic or whatever. It all depends on how you're doing it. And if it's a character in a movie saying it, that's a fictional story, motherfucker. What are you talking about? It's not racist to write a script about a character who is racist. Racists actually exist. That's an actual type of person that exists. It's perfectly normal to write a story about a person who is racist or, prejudiced in some other way. It's crazy. The other day I saw people on Reddit saying a writer must be a creep because he wrote a creepy character. Doubly ridiculous because the creepy character was a bad guy in the movie. Yeah, no, this is fucking retarded. Like this whole idea that if if you write about a fictional character doing something, that's equivalent to you doing that yourself. It's 100% bona fide, just generationally retarded. Yeah, Riddle's mentioning American Psycho. Like, if you write a script about a character who's a murderer, does that mean you're gonna murder someone? No. It's a fucking story. Tarantino gives no fucks what others think. Yeah, and that's why his movies are good. Like, have you seen what happens to movies when people give a fuck about what everyone's gonna think? They're like, when they say, okay, well, we can't offend anybody with this, you end up with a shitty, boring movie. Hey, Doc Glock, good point. Uncle Ruckus from Boondocks, right? Is the person who came up with the idea of Uncle Ruckus racist? No. Uncle Ruckus is racist. He's a character. He's a fictional fucking character. I can't believe this is even a discussion in this day and age. Movies that spoon feed people all the BS they want to hear just end up as poorly written movies no one watched more than once. Yeah. Exactly. It is dumb. Yeah. Sir Frosty says, I played Mario for years and I still haven't curb stomped a turtle. There you go. Like, actually, Sir Frosty, you bring up a very good point. Because, I'm an old guy, so I remember the 90s. That's when I grew up. I grew up in the 90s. And back in the 90s, people did this same fucking thing with video games. Right? Because like I said, a lot of you guys who are younger, you grew up with the woke lefties, right? In the 90s, we grew up with the woke righties. I know that may be impossible to conceive of for your Zoomer brains, but yeah. And back in the 90s, the right wingers were the woke ones, and they did the exact same thing. They said we have to get rid of violent video games. We're not allowed to have video games with any violence in them because if kids play violent video games, then they're going to go kill people. And this was around the time of like Columbine, the school shooting, where those two cringe-lord douchebags dressed in trench coats shot a bunch of kids at their school. And so, they tried to argue that this happened because of video games. They played, like Mortal Kombat, or they played, I don't know, Call of Duty or whatever, and then they thought it was okay to kill people. It's like, no, they're fucking mentally ill psychopaths. That's why they thought it was okay to kill people, because they're bad fucking people. But yeah, I just have to mention this because it's funny. JC says, I love the YouTube comment about Samuel L. Jackson. Why does he always play black guys? Yeah, I know. Seems like there's an awful lack of diversity in the roles that he takes on, right? The guy might be a bigot. He only plays black dudes. Vindication Unit says, Satan's buttered toast loves absolute unit. Wow. I'm surprised you know who Satan's buttered toast is. And I love her too. I don't think any of you know who that is, though. Oh, wait. Wait, is that you? Hey, how you doing? I'm, I'm streaming right now. I'm, kind of playing a character here, but I'm still gonna watch that video you made, by the way. I've been asleep. All right, now I get it. Now I get it. But remember, I'm not absolute unit right now. I'm MC. I gotta stay in character. No, you won't. Just watch me. Just watch me. Now I have to do it just because you said I wouldn't. Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about? Yeah, that's right. You're laughing now, but I'm going to. I'm going to just because you said so. Anyway, sorry. This is a little. I'm kind of having a little out of character conversation here with a certain individual, but back to what we were talking about, Samuel L. Jackson. Oh yeah, and just people not understanding the difference between fiction and reality. That is. It's hard to believe, but then it's not, because I lived through a different version of it during my childhood. But yeah, it's hard to believe we're going through this again with this whole people not understanding the difference between fiction and reality, because yeah, we already went through this once in the 90s, and I guess we're doing it again. We were talking about what I should put on Marceline's shirt. So far I've got Donut Drainer. Which Marceline are we talking about? Marceline from what? Come on. Don't leave me hanging here. It's like cycles repeat or something? Yeah, I know. One Marceline from Adventure Time. Oh. Yeah, I know this character. I've never watched Adventure Time, but I know people make a lot of porn of this character, so yeah, I couldn't tell you what to put on her shirt because I don't know her. Daisy says, am I fiction or reality? I don't know, Daisy, sometimes. I don't. So sometimes you act like a real human being, and sometimes you act like a cartoon fucking goblin. Um, Riddle says, I think moral panics in the news media is different from a YouTuber doing their analysis video. Yeah, I mean, I would agree that it definitely is a moral panic to a certain degree. But, you know, YouTubers do this too, right? Like, YouTubers said, I've heard YouTubers say, like, oh, you know, Quentin Tarantino is racist because he uses the N-word in his movies. So, you know, YouTubers are not immune to the moral panic. It's pervasive. Gobbling these nuts. What do you think you got me there? That's like the most obvious one. Also, Shauna Hudson says, "Hey besties, what's up? We're just hanging out, talking about dumb shit that people do." Man, I was about to say you shouldn't give Daisy a chance to run with the word goblin. I mean, I didn't even think that she would do it because it's just so overdone. But you know, I suppose to a French person who can barely comprehend the English language, it must have seemed like a clever idea. Do you guys prefer e-girls or i-ladies? I prefer anime girls. As far as the i-ladies go, I mean, Dashie's alright. Katsu's a cunt. That's basically my opinion on that. And then e-girls, I mean, I only come across e-girls when I only come across like the big ones, you know, when they end up in the news, when they blow up on social media, like Belle Delphine or whatever. I don't really follow many internet hoes. I speak English better than you. I hope that was intentional. Pretty sure it is, but who knows? What about everyone's favorite i-lady, Fat Man Falling? Oh yeah, that's true. Fat Man is the third i-lady at this point. The third i-lady. Mad Cat says, my only problem with the i-ladies is the one time my headset came out of my phone and my dad thought I was watching a dude. What, did your dad, like, call you gay or something? Like, damn it, son, I can't believe you're watching a male streamer on the internet. Your dad is Alex Jones in my fantasy. Hey, don't call Fat Man a crab, all right? He's a proud lobster. Okay, it's very racist to call him a crab. Okay, that's like calling a Puerto Rican a Mexican. Alex Jones, our Lord and Savior. I do find Alex Jones very entertaining, regardless of what I think of his opinions and political views. I find him to be a vastly entertaining human being. Judah says, what's worse than two girls running with scissors? Two girls scissoring with the runs. I have heard that before, and it is just as disgusting the second time. Anyway, let's see, guys. All right, yeah. You turn the frogs gay. No, we've hit the 2 hour mark, so we're going to get into the game now. I'm just gonna go grab myself another sody pop really quick, and then it's timing in time. We're gonna do it. So I'll be right back, boys. One sec. All right, all right, all right. I'm back. All you people who tabbed over, you can come back now. Jeez, is he carbonating the syrup himself? Welcome. No, I had to take a leak. You know, I had to take a leak, wash my hands, grab a soda. It took a second. Had to text someone. You know, I never actually saw you play this game. Now that I think about it, it was always just in the background of the stream before I eventually had to leave. Well, you're in luck tonight, buddy, because I'm playing. Playing some action time in here. Alright, so time to put the stream in gamer mode, which means I have to fucking rearrange all my windows. Alright. So, turn myself into Little Mac. Go sit in my corner here. Look at those lovely ladies. I have continued to work on Obro and on Lon a little bit. I actually got another copy of her weapon yesterday because I rolled some gacha. I did it off stream. I know, disappointing, right? But don't worry, I'll do some tonight. I was thinking about what people said the other night about actually like not hoarding all my gems, because you know I do have a tendency to do that. And you're right. I like to see the number go up. You know, I'm just like that. So I end up hoarding gems and then never using them. And I'm going to be taking a break from this game in a few days here anyway, so might as well. Hoard more and become a dragon. Hey, Dragonese nuts. I already am a dragon. I'm Dragonese nuts across your face. Alright, and then, let's see, we just need to pop out the chat window. Boom. Put you guys right there so I can actually see you. And then no, this game needs a little volume. 2, 3. All right, looking good. Overo's bored. She's yawning. She's like, get to it, motherfucker. Oh. Also, what's up to Captain H-Lock? Talking in the club chat there. Hey, speaking of gacha, I got gives you one discounted gacha roll every day, and I'm due for mine. Riddle says, could you take all 3 at once? In what sense? What, in combat? No. I'd get my ass kicked. But, you know, if we're talking about making love, then you bet I could. Alright, guys, let's get your dicks out. Let's hope I get something good here. Hey, at least it's an SR. That could be useful. Hey. I have one of these, but I think it's all leveled up. Yeah, it is. It's already leveled up. But whatever. I can break it down. Break it down. But yeah, I did a couple gacha rolls yesterday, and I got another copy of this weapon, so that was pretty awesome. Oh yeah, and I I managed to get a third copy of Obero's backup weapon, so I upgraded that as well. That's nice. Death by Snoo Snoo? Fuck yeah. Well, for me, if it was gonna be Death by Snoo Snoo, my choices would be Asagi and Sakura. And if I get a third, let me see. Who would be lucky number 3? I mean, Rin would be a good choice, because, yeah. She's got a lot of snoo. She's not got a lot of snoo to give you there. Yeah, Emily's cool, but, you know, Emily would be like, hold on, let me study your dick for science or something. Snoo Snoo. Pat M says, Snoo Snoo for me would be Mirabelle and Natsu. Good choices. Good choices. Yeah. Damn. Natsu and Mirabelle. I don't know if I could even handle that. That's a lot of woman right there. Those are some big gals. Hey, Grustein, thank you again for yet another super chat. Says, fuck it, I'll celebrate finding my phone with another yellow brick. By the way, show me the snoo. Wave your cursor around a little bit. What, like this? Yeah, she's got some, I don't know how those stay up like that. But, you know, that is one of the great mysteries of this game. He's gooning to this right now. I goon by the light of the moon. Grooning? Is, yeah. Christine, that's your own personalized term. The waifus in this game have anti-gravity technology? Absolutely. This shit takes place in the future, you know? What I wonder is if Natsu uses smoke to actually transform into her younger form, or if it's just an illusion. That's a good question. I don't know. They all have anti-gravity pasties on. Yeah, well, let's see. I don't see any... That bra looks semi-see-through. I don't see any pasties under there. But yeah. Rins are a lot more realistic, you know? Like, they feel like they've got some weight to them, some gravity, some sag. Natsus are just, they just stick straight out. Same with Francis. It's like 2 torpedoes on her chest. Rin have more boobs in time in an RPGX? Yeah, that... I've never played RPGX. That shit's like, they discontinued that, didn't they? like it's over. Anyway. Yeah, so... Oh yeah, the other thing is, off stream, I was working on the VR, and I got all the way up to level 105, believe it or not. So I'm going to try to beat 105 tonight, although I don't know if that's going to be possible, because it's really hard. In Japan, no? Okay. So there's a Japanese version of it. I gotta check that out. But yeah, I am... I really want to get this so I can get another copy of Obero's weapon. So in order to do that, let's see. I gotta roll this gacha 37. I need a total of 37 more rolls. So let's see. I'm gonna wait to do that because on Monday I'll be able to get 10 more gacha coins for free, and then I'll do the rest with gems. Blah blah blah. You guys don't give a shit. Let's just get to the action. So I'm still working on Obero's stats. So I'm gonna do some daily quests and stuff just to beef her up a little bit more. Yeah, that's not bad. Do I have anything that would do more damage? God, I love this supporter, Bride Anrose, and I have been waiting for fucking ever to get some more copies of her. But it's fucking hard, man. She's been at 205 for almost a year now. She was one of the first supporters I ever got when I started playing this game. See, I made some more orbs today. I could give her another enchant. Worry about that later. Anyway, quest time. Pat M says, I like hearing about you talk about this stuff, Mac. It's nice to see you show off your knowledge and skills in this game. Knowledge, yes. Skills, I don't know. But hey, at least somebody enjoys it, right? Alright, let's see what the secret quest is today. Secret quest, not that much of a secret. I think everybody who plays this game already knows about it. Gekido says, I'm definitely a lot gayer after this stream. The booba influence is getting to me. Wait, shouldn't boobs make you less gay? Hey, look who it is. Fucking leveled him. Maybe it's a lady? Oh, okay, you're a girl. Yeah, no, I didn't even think about that. Chicks on the internet. I forget that's a thing. Let's see. Alright. And then... Oh, you know what I should do? First of all... Where's Overlord? There she is. I should be using Loot Cat. Where are you? There she is. Yeah. Have you ever thought about boys not being on the internet? For all you know, you could be the only actual guy here. Yeah, I'm gonna press X to doubt on that one. Hey Ronan, how you doing? Fun fact, some girls like to play this game. That's pretty based. Where do I meet one of them? For all you know, I could be a cat who has an eye motion text device like Stephen Hawking. True. Or like a cat keyboard, you know? Let's see. Nice. Red orbs. That's what we need. Alright. Got our... Fuck! Problem with this game's, like, home menu is it's so fucking confusing. I always click on the wrong tabs. Okay, let's craft some of those. And let's see. Yep. And cool. TBH, I've never heard of this until like yesterday, and I just think your streams are funny. Why, thank you. I'm glad you find me entertaining. I try to be. But it's good to hear it from audience members, because I'm never sure if they are. Ooh. Hey. We got a little surprise mission here. I have to do event missions, though. Lame. Whatever. Bang it out. Bang it out quick. Just like your mom. I forget what these even are, but who gives a fuck? I've been a fan for a good 3 years. Really got to find the time to catch the live streams. Yeah, well, yeah, like Gideon said, the streams are archived, but yeah, it is. But it's more fun to watch streams live, for sure. For sure. That is the only sole fucking reason I have a Twitch account. It's the only reason. It's because it is more fun to watch the streams live. Hey, fuck you, Lena. Every time you show up, you make my life harder. And tuck in your shirt. Christ. Pat says, I missed the first hour of the stream. What's the plan for tomorrow, Mac? Sorry if this bugs you. No, I don't mind you asking. So here's the plan for tomorrow. I still don't know about iLadies. As to my knowledge, Dashie's still busy. And, you know, I know people really want the iLadies to come back, but like I keep saying, sometimes real life business just takes precedence over the internet. So it's just kind of unavoidable. To my knowledge, the iLadies will not happen tomorrow. So as far as my plans tomorrow, I am going to, you know, like I said and wasn't supposed to earlier, I'm going to be on Mario stream tomorrow for a little while, and then after a couple hours, probably around like, I don't know, 6 or 7 PST, I am going to take my leave and come on over here and probably just do another boys' night. It's going to be boys' night 19. Yeah, tomorrow will be boys' night 19. Sunday will be boys' night 20. And then after that, I'm going to take a little breaky break from all of this. I'm taking a break from Timonin, taking a break from boys' nights, and yeah, because I myself have IRL business to attend to. Yeah, I thought 20 was a good place as a temporary stopping point. because I've got stuff to deal with. There's stuff piling up, you know. When you spend 2 years in bed getting hammered, a lot of real life business accumulates. I spent $7K on gacha games, dude. Yikes. Yeah, no. For some people, it's just. I mean, I've spent I've spent more on this game than I've wanted to. Nothing like that extreme, but definitely definitely had to rein myself in, because when I first started playing this game, I went buck wild with the spending, and I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Gotta grab the reins and give them a little yank. It's more accretion than accumulation, but why pick nits? I don't, in that context, I don't think there's anything incorrect about saying real life business accumulates. You can contest that if you want, but in my mind, that's just complete and absolute pedantry. This says, so far I've only spent $3 in the game, because I felt like I should at least give the devs a tip. But I've been tempted to spend more recently. Yeah, well, like, you know, you can't, it's hard to blame people who end up spending a bunch on these games, and, you know, maybe I'm just biased because I've spent a few $100 on this game, but, like, the entire structure of these gacha games is designed to just make you want to spend money. So it's predatory, I would say. You know, at the end of the day, you're responsible for your own financial decisions. However, the way these games are structured is predatory, I would say. Joey Webster says, I heard someone spent $90K on a gacha game once. Good grief. I mean, hey, you know, everything's relative, right? Like, if I was a rich guy, like, you know, like Elon Musk, or even not that extreme, right? If I was like a rich streamer, multi-millionaire, I would blow shitloads of money on this game. The only reason I don't is because I'm poor, and that would be totally financially irresponsible. But if I had, you know, tens of thousands of dollars of disposable income just burning a hole in my pocket, I would buy the shit out of, like, a bunch of stuff in this game. That idiot that spent $90K was Darkside Phil. No, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, dude? I believe it, but goddamn, that is so ridiculous. Because like the thing about DSP is he's like constantly berating his audience and like bitching and moaning that they don't donate enough money or whatever. So he's clearly not like in the best financial position. So if he's spending 90K on fucking gotcha games, then that's stupid.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。死んで
Shulk Engelbrecht says there was this guy who spent 100K on Diablo Mobile and couldn't match with anyone because his pay-to-win stuff ranked him too high. Wow.
ランチと呼ばれた魔界騎士
He,
お相手しよう。
there's pay to play, there's pay to win, and then there's that's like pay to quit. You're done. You can't even play the game anymore.
次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
I can't imagine spending fucking that much money on a mobile game. But, you know, you guys know how I feel about mobile devices in general, so. I know some people play this game on mobile, and I'm just like, why would you want to do that,
全員
dude?
殺しちゃって構わないわね。 どんな気分？
You're one of them? Explain, Darth Neo. Why do you play on mobile? I mean, if there's a game you really like and it's only on mobile, I can understand that. But if it's like something you could just play on a PC, I've never understood the appeal of choosing mobile over PC.
この私が。次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
Some people don't have PCs anymore. It's crazy. Oh, okay. You don't have a PC. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe we talked about that before. I don't remember. But yeah, I mean, okay. If you don't have a PC, fair enough.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Yeah, no, sorry, I didn't mean to, like, shame you or anything for not having the scratch to get a PC, you know. That I can understand. I was talking about people who, like... Because, like, I know people, they have a PC. They have a PC sitting there at their desk, and then they sit around playing shit on their phone all day. And I'm like, well, why? If you can't afford a PC, fair enough, but... What's the point of having one and then, you know, looking at everything on a tiny little screen on your phone?
派手な祝砲頼むわね。このランチと呼ばれた魔界騎士リーナがお相手しよう。
I wish I could afford a PC, but the cost of life in a third world country is hard. Yeah. Well, hey, all I can tell you is, you know, I live in America. It's supposed to be a first world country, and it's hard to scrape by here, too. I think a lot of people outside of America, you know, and I'm not saying you do, but I'm just saying in general, I think a lot of people outside of America think like, you know, America's a rich country, right? People there are rich. But, and I suppose like relatively that's true, but, you know, your average fucking American is poor, you know, just like me. Our country has a lot of wealth, but it's mostly concentrated in a very small amount of people, and the cost of living here is so high that you know, most of our population is just scraping by as well. 1% of people in America are rich, the rest of us exist within and at their whims. Yeah, pretty much.
次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
Ditto for Canada. Yeah, I mean, it's, it is what it is. Don't know what else to say about it.
私に何の用かしら。
Alright. 2 baskets, oh joy. Let's see, we get a plushie, some gacha coins, and AP potions. Alright. Not bad. What's the rotation gacha today? Yep, no, not rolling that. I am going to save those until, well, probably until next week. Because then I can roll for supporters. I think that's the best thing to do with your rotation gacha coins, is to just save them and roll for supporters. Gideon says, there are almost 400 million people in America. What the 1% meme doesn't tell you is that 4 million people aren't really rich, even worldwide. Try 5,000 tops. Those 5,000 people out of 9 billion have 99% of the existent wealth and the power that comes with it, and they make 99% of the actual decisions about how things are and will be. I am not well learned in this field, but it doesn't, what you're saying does not sound in any way unbelievable. Ronan says, none are immune, however, to the ruthless, brutal, unyielding schlong of reality. That's a good way to put it. Fucked by the schlong of reality. Wait, what the fuck? No. I did that wrong. There we go. No one dies a virgin. Life screws us all. Yeah, tell that to the incels. I don't think they'd go for that explanation. Just be like, don't worry, you're not a virgin. You're getting fucked by life. Berserker Tank says, I'd at least like a choice in how I get screwed. Hey, you know, unfortunately we don't have that. Life is not consensual. Just by its nature. None of us chose to be here. And, you know, outside of our, our own small personal agency, none of us choose what happens to us. We're all... Existence is non-con, guys. Very philosophical conversations are had on the Absolute Unit channel. Hey, you know, it's boys' night. This is what we do. Talk about the mysteries of the universe, the intricacies of human emotions, and tits. All right, let's do some dailies. So let's do a little daily grind here, guys. I was gonna say we should farm some gold, but I've got 45 million gold. If only I was as rich in real life as I am in this game, right? Let's see. Let's farm some beads. Every time I say beads, I go beads, and if you're wondering why, the answer is truthfully I don't know. See, I watch Sea-Dog VA quite a bit, and anytime he says the word beans, he goes beans, and I know it's referencing something, but whatever it's referencing, I don't actually know what it is. I only know that from watching him. So it's like I'm making an iteration of a meme that I only know secondhand, whose source material I'm not even familiar with. It's like the ultimate it's the ultimate poserism. I'm cooking beans. What is that from? Pat M says, could you imagine if wealth was meaningless? Just one day the numbers meant nothing, how screwed the world would be. Well, hey, that was the whole concept behind Project Mayhem, right? In the movie adaptation of Fight Club. You know? You erase the debt records, everybody goes back to zero. You know? And that resonated with a lot of young people back when that movie came out, and I'm sure it resonates with just as many now. It's kind of a timeless issue. It's a Vine, I think, the beans thing. Well, if anyone knows what it is, send me a link, because it would be nice to know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's from a video of a guy lifting a pot lid and looking into it and saying beans. Okay. Humans kind of suck. You know, Gekido, I disagree. Most of the humans I've met in my life, and when I say met, I mean like talked to, either in person or at the very least, you know, through voice or video calls on the internet. Most of the humans I've met in my life have been pretty okay. I think that social media heavily distorts our view of what people are like, because so much of the communication is done through text. And when you're communicating through text, and I experience this too, it completely detaches you from the humanity of the conversation. Like, you're just, you know, replying to another text post on a screen, and it's hard to keep in mind the fact that there's an actual person behind that, and it's really easy to be an asshole to people. So yeah, most of the people I've actually spoken to in person, like 95% of them, have been pretty alright. But for those of us, and I very much am one of these people who are terminally online, it can seem like everybody's an asshole because, like, you know, such a high percentage of our human interaction is just through text. I don't have much good experience with people, sadly, but you and Chad seem pretty cool. Autism is a crazy debuff to social skills. Yeah, no, that I can understand. I'm not autistic myself, but there's quite a few autistic people in the community here, so I've known more than a few autistic people in real life as well, so I get it. I'm not autistic, but most of my fans are. Mac, no, I said quite a few. I didn't say most. Potato says, I talk the same way online that I talk to someone face to face, and that makes everyone now question my personality. Well, that's probably the best policy, is to talk to people online like you would face to face. I definitely can't say the same about myself. My policy with people online is first of all, I don't go looking for conflict, right? I never go looking for arguments to have, but my policy online is I give people the same amount of respect that they give me. Right? Like if you approach me nicely, friendly, cordially, then I'll absolutely do the same to you. But if you come at me like trying to be a fucking asshole, then all bets are off. Gideon says, so online my jokes are a little edgier, but I try to be relatively nice to people, and whether or not I'm joking, if someone's getting upset, I stop doing what I was doing. Yeah. I don't know. I I feel like I have to censor myself more online than offline. Right? Because people are just so quick to get offended and start a huge problem over it. If anything, I am more offensive in real life. Although I've been trying to change that. I've been trying to be more offensive on the internet as well. For like the past 5 years or so, especially during COVID when like wokeness peaked, I tried to like dial back to a certain degree, like edgy and offensive language, just because I didn't want to deal with all the people getting angry about it and reporting my fucking YouTube channel and just, trying to make my life harder. But, that never sat right with me. Because I don't believe you should, I don't believe you should kowtow to those type of people. Is that someone says, I always try to treat others how I want to be treated. Yeah, like I was saying earlier, I kind of believe in a sort of modified version of that, which is, I think you should treat others with the level of respect that they treat you. Yeah, Gekido's kind of saying the same thing, I think.
敵を用意なさい。
Friends get courtesy, best friends get mocked. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's like... Yeah, I mean, you know... It's like people who are assholes get no courtesy. Friends get courtesy. And then your best friends you treat like absolute shit. Or at least that's always been my experience. Next month is swimsuit month in Action Taimanen. How do you guys know what's coming up in this game? Is it like the newsletter or whatever? Because I subscribed to that last night, or no, earlier today actually. I finally decided to subscribe to the Action Taimanen newsletter, and then they didn't send me a fucking newsletter. I thought I would get it automatically, but I gave them my email, and I didn't get one. So what the fuck is up with that? And the big question is, are we getting like new swimsuits, or is it just going to be like a reissue of the ones we already have? It's either in your junk spam, it sent mine there first, or you were late for this month's newsletter and we'll get it next month. Oh, okay, so they only actually send it out once a month. They don't automatically send you the most recent one when you sign up. That sucks. Yeah, no, I already checked my spam folder, so... It's so weird that they have, like, a newsletter that you have to fucking subscribe to. Like, just put it on your goddamn website. Even if you miss one, the newsletters do get shared around. People post it on the Action Taimanen and Reddit sub, for example. Okay. I tend to avoid Reddit, but I suppose I could make a little venture there for Taimanen's sake. Alright, time to nuke these bitches. By the way, some new swimsuits are coming out next month. Lan is getting one, and Natsu is getting a sexy bikini. Ooh, woo. Francis is also getting one, but that's a golden pass. That's cool. I'm not opposed to getting the golden pass sometimes if there's something I really want in it, but we'll see. Kikito says I was called a bimbo by 4 different people because I didn't spell shit right. Well, people call me a himbo all the time, so, you know, I can relate. Hey, Hida Adarasi, how you doing? We just doing the timing and thing. Survive the week. Hey, Spartan, what's up, dude? Just doing what I always do. Talking about our social struggles a little bit. Yeah, you know, by the way, I'm not Gideon, Gakito, Pat, I'm not reading all of your conversation out loud, but I am following it in the chat here. But yeah, it sounds like maybe Gideon can be your autism mentor. Unless you were in the mental health system for something else, they didn't so much as diagnose autism as slap the shit out of you if you got too loud. That's fucked up. So what, it was just used as an excuse for abusing kids? Social struggles. I had a successful social interaction this week. Congratulations, Hida. That's a victory. Yeah, even when I have random social interactions with people and I don't do anything embarrassing, I come away from it just like, yes, I didn't fuck it up. with autism and similar things, you learn to do a thing called masking. You observe how other people act and interact with each other and mimic that. You know, I've had another autistic person explain that to me. Actually. Yeah, there's another person I know with autism. I won't say who, but she's actually very like outgoing, and she talked about that a little bit, like observing other people and sort of learning how to hide it. It was interesting. I learned a lot.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
What's this guy? Yakido says, I used to act like whatever YouTuber I was into. For like 2 months I acted like Katsu. Yeah. Hey, if you're looking for someone to learn from behaviorally, Katsu's not a good choice. She's a horrible person. I learned that the hard way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you had this experience. I'm pretty sure the whole point of Katsu is don't be like Katsu. I would say that's true according to everybody except Katsu. But, you know, like, everybody mimics people they think are cool, to a certain degree. That's not just an autistic thing. Like, everybody does that, especially when they're young. I remember when I was a kid, I used to watch Friends a lot, you know, the show Friends. And Chandler was my favorite character. I thought he was really funny. I know, I found Friends funny. What do you want me to say? I was like 6, 7 years old. Cut me a break. But anyway, I acted like Chandler, you know? I always tried to make jokes, make people laugh and shit. They were on a break. I know, it's just nobody could ever agree on exactly what the definition of a break was. Who did you guys side with, Ross or Rachel? Ross, kinda. Yeah. Yeah. Me too. Because she said we need a break from us, right? Rachel said we need a break from us. I mean, unless you otherwise specify, that sounds like a breakup to me. Fuck. Let's see. Judah says, although I loved the character, Phoebe was the worst. Everybody always hates on Phoebe. I don't know why. Like, she was weird. But, like, I don't know. Maybe it's been too long since I seen the show. But, like, I don't recall Phoebe ever doing anything particularly offensive. Yeah, Ursula was a cunt. Smelly cat, what are they feeding you? Smelly cat, it's not your fault. Nobody liked Gunther? Yeah. Gunther was like the beta male orbiter, right? He was like the dude who hopes that if he's friends with the hot girl for long enough, she'll realize that she likes him. Yeah, he was a little slime ball, exactly. Gunther was the guy who ran the coffee shop. Plotting on my man Ross's downfall. Yeah, I don't know. Ross was a weird character, cause like he was so fucking annoying and so whiny, but I also felt bad for him a lot of the time because just life was not kind to Ross a lot of the time. Y'all remember the episode with the leather pants? Ross and his leather pants. That's one of my favorites.
This seems
Holy shit.
Tonkatsu Sinclair.
Check your DMs. Okay, well hold on, I'm playing a goddamn video game here. bitch. What's up, Thor? This is some serious gaming. Well, I'm not a particularly skilled gamer, so it's enough for me.
次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
Ross was a weirdo, but he was a good dad at least. True, true. Okay, check DMs. Oh, wow. That looks fucking awesome. Yeah, no, I can throw that up in a bit here. Let me just let me finish farming this level. Yeah, no, Ross had a kid. With his lesbian ex-wife. Oh yeah, fucking Marcel the monkey. Too bad about the monkey. What happened to the monkey? Oh yeah, that's right. The monkey became a movie star and then like Ross had to give him up. I fucking forgot about that. It's too bad Dashie's not here. She's a huge Friends fan too. Joey was peak, not gonna lie. Yeah, Joey was cool. I don't know anybody who doesn't like Joey. What's y'all's, we've talked about everybody except Monica. What's y'all's opinion on Monica? Because when I was a young lad, when I was a little MC, I thought she was super fucking hot. Courtney Cox. 90s Courtney Cox was peak Courtney Cox. Also, I related to her because she's weird and she has OCD. 90s Jennifer Connelly, though? Oh, yeah, well, you know. Jennifer Connelly's still fucking hot, though. At least last time I remember. Last time I saw Jennifer Connelly, she was in the live-action Alita movie. And she's still hot. She's just like... She's just a MILF now. Which, you know... arguably is even better. But yeah, young Jennifer Connelly was... damn. Like that's like she's a different level. Like she's not just hot. 'Cause there's a lot of hot girls. Jennifer Connelly was like gorgeous, like beautiful. You know, in a way that's like almost detached from sexuality, right? Like just you know, perfectly sculpted human being. Who'd she play in the live action Alita? She was kind of sort of a villain, not really. You know. I mean, honestly, her character didn't really do much in the movie. She's 54 now, so GILF is probably the better term at this point. I don't know. I didn't see any wrinkles, man. She still looks she still looks good. Monica was goofy and weird, but not in a bad or scary way. Yeah. Yeah, I liked her. And then, like, Monica and Chandler together, that was the only good relationship in that show. Time for me to head off. Peace to y'all, and Mac, go win bigly. Right, Mad Cat. Hope you have a good night. Thank you for coming by the stream. And you go win too, man. Or go to bed. I don't know what else you do at this time of night. I remember Chandler's actor in Fools Rush In. Yeah. Rest in peace, Matthew Perry. I was really fucking sad when Matthew Perry died, just 'cause, like, you know, number one, he was, like, one of my favorite actors growing up, and then number two, just the way he went, it hit close to home. Died in a hot tub? Yeah, because he was like, yeah, I mean, the hot tub, wasn't the main culprit. I believe he overdosed on ketamine. Matthew Perry actually plays the first guy to speak in Fallout New Vegas. I didn't know he had any video game roles. Yeah, his doctor gave him too much. Yeah, when you're hiring doctors to give you IV drugs, that's it's a sign you may have gone off the rails a little bit there. I think nearly everyone here can appreciate good mental health, even if we have no idea what it looks like. Yeah. Well said, Hida. Holy shit. Why did I rack up so many skill points so quick? Oh. Extra skill points gained today. Well, isn't that great? Because that's exactly what I'm trying to do today, is up over those skill points. So today's a good day for farming, boys. Time to get out them tractors, get out them hoes, plow them fields. 'Cause we farming tonight. Oh man. Got 11. Couldn't have been 12. That's fucking annoying. Do I have any kits? No, I don't. Fuck. Oh yeah, I forgot to open these things. Still waiting to get one of these silver rings. I've never gotten one. Hey Mac, did you get a chance to see that 40K episode of Secret Level? Nah, man. Last 48 hours since the last time I saw you guys have been a fucking nightmare. I slept. What was the last day I streamed? Was that Wednesday? Yeah, I slept in so late. I woke up at like 7 p.m. on Wednesday. By the time it was time to go to sleep, I was like, fuck it, I'm just staying up all day. So I did that. I was delirious and tired the whole time. And then I went to sleep early last night. And that's why the stream is early today. Shit. Need to use all these up. God damn it. Yeah, no, I wasn't about to stream yesterday. It sucked. Are you streaming tomorrow? I have money to donate then, so if you are, then expect some dollars. Yeah. I'm going to, like I said earlier, I'm gonna be doing a little guest spot on Dark Mario's stream, which is a secret. Don't tell anyone. And then after that, I will be doing Boys Night episode 19 a little later in the evening. That'll probably be around like 6 or 7 p.m., something like that. PST. But yeah, Gekido, I appreciate that, that you would think of doing that. But please make sure, I always say this, if you want to give me donations or whatever, that is awesome, but only do it if you can afford it. Take care of yourself first. I'm just the entertainment. I'm just a stripper, and you're putting dollar bills in my panties, Spending my unemployment check on you. Yeah, well, like I said, just take care of yourself first. JK, I got money to spare. Okay, alright, fair enough. What kind of panties? I don't know. I don't really know much about panties. On the rare occasion I get to see them, I usually try to get them off as quickly as possible. I'll bet Mac's a side tie kind of guy. Yeah, I never worn any women's clothing, but you know, if I did, I would pick something classy. Right? I ain't no hoe. I'm not some slut who's just I would dress up for myself and my friends, okay? Not for guys. Just do it to look cute for my friends.
あら、私に何の用かしら。モーニング。仕方ない
That always cracks me up though when chicks say that, you know. They're like walking around with their tits out and their fucking yoga pants riding all the way up their ass crack, and they're like, this is for me, this way for me. Sure. Sure you do.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Pat M says, I wouldn't degrade myself in any way, but if Dashie said jump, I'm already in the air. Simp! Simp! Oh yeah, I'm playing a game. Holy shit. Kita says, just occurred to me, if Friends aired now / rebooted, would Ross have transitioned to keep his wife? No, his wife wouldn't have even been a lesbian anymore because that's out of fashion. Nobody talks about lesbians anymore. She'd be like non-binary or some shit. Yeah, his wife would have been a transgender man, and he would be canceled and called a bigot because he didn't want to be with the dude. I could see Ross getting pegged. I suppose I could see that too if I really tried to picture it, but I don't exactly want to. In before Ross equals iDubbbz. Man, if you had told me in like 2015, 2016 that one day iDubbbz would be like one of the laughing stocks of the internet, I never would have believed you. iDubbbz fell off, dude. He fell off the fucking cringe tree and hit every single branch on the way down, man. He yeah. I've never seen, or yeah, rarely have I seen such a fall from grace. Because iDubbbz used to be the man back when he was doing Content Cop. He was like one of the most respected and, dare I say, feared YouTubers on the platform. iDubbbz back in the day, iDubbbz in like the early mid 2010s was he was like he was like the how do I put this? He was like the CoffeeZilla of cringy YouTubers, right? Like, you know how we've got CoffeeZilla now, and anytime some big YouTuber or influencer tries to pull a scam, you know, CoffeeZilla blows the lid off of it. iDubbbz did that, but with like, you know, with like annoying cringy people, like Leafy and Rice Gum and Keemstar. Yeah, Content Cop. That was like a beloved YouTube series. And yeah, if you had told me back then that now iDubbbz, everyone would be like calling him a cuck and a grifter and all that shit, I scarcely would have believed it. It would be funny to see a CoffeeZilla pump and dump scam. Yeah. Well, hey, you know, if CoffeeZilla did a pump and dump scam, who would expose him, right? Cuck I get, but grifter, I don't know that he's ever been on a grift. Well, you should look into the amount of fucking money that he and his associates spent on Creator Clash. That's why people are calling him a grifter, because that was, you know, that's supposed to be a charity thing. And yeah, the amount of money that they spent on, some would argue, frivolous expenses for Creator Clash was pretty staggering, from what I have been told. By the way, did you know Leafy is Here started streaming on Kick about 3 years ago, and just getting higher than Condor Cloaca on stream, talking every manner of teenage edgy crap known to man? Dude, Leafy's gotta be like fucking 30 now. Does he still have the same retarded haircut? Yeah, exactly. He's a grown-ass man. You know, when I was talking the other night about, like, people who mock people that are older than them and don't realize that, you know, Father Time's coming for them either. I was like specifically thinking of Leafy. The Chin of Doom. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it's not really the Chin of Doom, it's the vast empty space of Doom where his chin should have been. How's everyone doing tonight? What's up, Gutter? We're just talking about Leafy's chin. Or lack thereof. The Nega Chin, yeah, it's like, it's the anti-chin, you know, like antimatter. If it ever touched an actual chin, they would both annihilate and disappear. Black hole chin, won't you come and wash away the rain? Mac, how do you feel about lefties? What, like politically left people or left-handed people? As far as left-handed people, I mean, like, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I feel sorry that they don't make any guitars for you guys, you know? I feel bad for lefties in that respect. Specifically left-handed. Yeah, well, no, I feel bad for left-handed people, because, like, you go into Guitar Center or whatever, and there's, you know, there's so many instruments, and then they have, like, you know, one corner of one wall that's, like, the left-handed section, and it's just like, alright, guess I'm getting a Stratocaster. Wasn't Jimi Hendrix a left-handed player? Yeah, he was, but what he did was, you know, they didn't even make left-handed guitars back then. That wasn't a thing, so he just took a regular right-handed guitar and played it upside down. String it upside down? Yeah, you could just, you know, you could just take a regular right-handed guitar, turn it upside down, and then reverse the string order. You'd have to modify, like, the nut of it a little bit, but it wouldn't be too difficult. Imagine he strung it upside down, too. I don't know if he strung it upside down. That's an interesting question. You don't actually have to string it upside down? Yeah, I mean, if you learn the chords that way, I suppose you could just take the guitar, turn it upside down, and then not even restring it, but it would probably be, you know, it would probably be easier. Yeah, if you reverse the order of the strings. He did not, Potato? So he just left the strings the way they were? I always thought he, like, strung it in the reverse order. But if he didn't, that's even more fucking impressive. Hey, Snippers, thank you. Thank you for the super there. I was gonna do a D's nuts joke, but apparently YouTube super chats isn't cool enough. These censors are silly and gay. Yeah, that's fucking lame, man. But thank you for the super chat, though. Really, it wouldn't even let you do a D's nuts joke. What do we come to? Besides pictures of your mom, I come to those every day. Hey, no, but really. No, he did. I double checked it because they used to say he played it upside down and backwards. Okay, alright, yeah. I was just thinking of, like, how difficult it would be able to play a chord, you know, even just like a simple power chord if, yeah, if you just left the strings the way they were. Inspector Gadget. Oh, bam! Factory-made stuff often doesn't come in left-handed. I mean, pretty much every major guitar manufacturer out there has left-handed models, but there's way less of them, right? Because there's just way less left-handed people, and that's why I brought up the whole subject originally, is because I feel bad for left-handed people because they have so much less choice when it comes to guitars. Like Mio Akiyama from K-On!, for instance. Left-handed bassist. There's an episode in that show, actually, where the music store they go to is like having a special on left-handed guitars and basses, and she's just like, oh my god, I've never seen so many. I can't be the only left-handed person here. Well, I'm a righty, Aikido. Dashie's a lefty. But she ain't here right now. Holy shit. That motherfucker just fell right on top of me. I'm right-handed with everything except my my smartphone, my phone. For some reason, I've always used my phone with my left hand. I just started doing it that way when I first got a smartphone, and I just kept doing that for like 20 years, and now that's just the way I do it. It's easier, you know, like when I'm taking a shit, right? And also I'm fairly ambidextrous with like a keyboard and mouse, just from jacking off so much. knew a guy who beat with his left hand. Yeah, I know some people like that are like right-handed, but they jerk off lefty. And I'm just like, dude, why? Do you use your pinky finger as a base to hold the bottom of the phone? I absolutely do, yeah. Mouse hand, bro? Okay. I get that, but it's easier to learn how to use a mouse left-handed than it is to learn how to jerk off left-handed. At least in my opinion.
次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
Left-handed jerking is where it's at. Means you don't have to use your offhand for the mouse or keyboard. I mean, once again, I would rather use my offhand for the mouse than use it to jerk off, right? I would rather have all the dexterity and you know, accuracy in my jerking hand than in my mouse hand. Yes, Mario, in a minute here.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Mouse is just on that side, so it'll be like stretching over. It's a pain to reorganize the desk every time. See, I've got a long mouse cord, so I can just take my mouse and put it on the other side of my keyboard. Easy. We consider the deep subjects here. Yeah, no, this is an important discussion, boys. Like, I am firmly of the opinion that it's better to train your left hand to use the mouse than it is to train your left hand to jerk off. I think in the long run, there's more benefit to that. Also, porn games. Yeah. Jerking off is a very pressing issue not a lot of people talk about. I don't know. Pretty much everybody I follow talks about it. A lot of the females I follow talk about jerking off. Wow, that's a lot of gold. Booyah! 51,000, or sorry, 51 million gold, guys. Look at that. Look at that big old number up there. Man, I'm so glad today is extra skill points day. That's fucking cool. Okay. Now, I'm going to pause for a second and show you this thing Mario made for the stream tomorrow. See, it's a very nice piece of art here. Hold on. I gotta get it from Discord, and I gotta download it, and I gotta save it. This OBS won't let me drag and drop. do, 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 do. I'm so fucking gay. Sucking penis. Do, 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 do. Random question, Mac. Who's your favorite Taimanin gal? Oh, that's a subject I could go on about forever. So I will address it. I will address it after these messages, because right now we've got a little advertisement here for Dark Mario's stream tomorrow. Check that out. Didn't I say it was a nice piece of art featuring yours truly? And yes, I am that well muscled. Believe it, better believe it. Yeah, isn't that awesome? And here we've got a sample of the activities you can expect from this subathon. Marvel Rivals looks like a very cool game. Satisfactory, I don't know that one personally. Minecraft, gay. Doom Eternal, nice. That's a game I want to play myself someday. And then Ultra Kill. Does the name Ultra Kill, did they name it that because of what game was that back in the day? Was that Unreal Tournament? Where it was like double kill, multi-kill, ultra kill, monster kill. Yeah, I used to play that shit. That was awesome. But yeah, I'm going to be guesting on Dark Mario Subathon tomorrow at 4 p.m. PST. So be there, guys. Be there. And then Boys Night will happen later that evening. But this is the important thing. So yeah. No problem, dude. Alright, there we go. This concludes our sponsored segment. Now back to the old action timing in. Left these nuts in your face. I did it. Hey, alrighty. Thank you again, old sniffers. Thank you for the super chats. Double kill. Multi-kill. Yeah, God, that was a long time ago. I remember downloading all sorts of skin packs and stuff for Unreal Tournament. You know, there was skins you could download for the female characters that were like naked skins, and I was like, ooh, I'm a horny young boy. That's right up my alley. Yes, but they were so horrible compared to now. Yeah, I mean, you know. This was like the early 2000s. It was what it was. Yeah. Whoa, she's nude with her boxy titties. We make fun of Minecraft porn, but we weren't that far off. Yep. Yeah, back in those days, there were some low polygon tits. But anyway, I forget who. Let's see, who was asking? My favorite Taimanin girl. I can't remember. I can't find the message in chat, but that honor goes to Asagi here. And you know, everybody calls me boring, and they say Asagi's so generic, yada yada yada. Well, go fuck yourselves, all right? Because I think she's awesome. And okay, random Custodes, you asked, and also, I'm the MC, right? That's who I am. Of course I go for the main girl. Who else would it be? Sagi is the one that gets it the worst in the anime. Yep, I know. I've seen enough of it. That's why I don't. That's why I don't watch the timing in OVAs. Because, see, I found this whole franchise through this game, right? So I was introduced to these characters in this version of the universe, where, you know, it's just like a fun action game. And so, but, you know, I knew it was based off a hentai, so eventually I was like, well, I gotta see this hentai. And yeah, then I watched it and I was like, fuck, that's a little much. That's a little much. Asagi is vanilla, but there's a reason why vanilla is a popular flavor. Hey, vanilla is my favorite flavor of ice cream, right? But yeah, Asagi and then Sakura as well. I love Sakura. She's adorable. She's an adorable little cutie. And they also did her real dirty in the hentai. And yeah. This is why I keep saying, I say it every stream, and god damn it, I'm gonna say it again. They need to make an anime based off of action time in it. All right? They, you know, make it a sexy, ecchi type thing. Awesome, but just don't do what the fucking timing and OVAs do and make all the characters get raped and tortured into oblivion, right? Can we just have an anime that's based off of this, where this lovely young lady can smile and be happy, rather than have her fucking body violated by a gang of horny orcs with 2-foot-long cocks? Please. The Taimanin creator is really into Dom mind break stuff. I mean, hey, if you're into S&M and shit, that's fine. But, you know, let it be between two consenting adults behind closed doors, right? I have no problem with that stuff. If you and your lovely waifu or gay boyfriend or what the fuck ever are into S&M shit, then go ahead and do it. That's awesome. Dashie's into that shit, right? She talks about it all the time. But the problem I have with it is the non-consensual shit. I'm gonna say the word. I'm gonna stop disguising it. It's rape. I don't like the rape. So yeah, just give me a time in an anime that's based off of this game, and not the fucking not the rape version of the universe. Yeah, you can say it. I know, but like sometimes YouTube picks it up and they demonetize the fucking stream. But who are we kidding? Like I said earlier, the stream's already demonetized anyway. They should have a red version of this. Or like magenta. Magenta would be nice. Anyway. This is an entertaining outfit, but let's put her in something a little more, a little more, oh yeah, I like this one. Let's do that. I don't like rape. Mac 2025 hot take. I know it may be controversial, but yeah, I think it's bad. I know that's very I know a lot of people might not agree with that. I know it might be a controversial take, but I'm being brave, right? It's I'm being brave, and I'm risking it all to say something that the world needs to hear. There are really people who do that shit though, right? Who like say shit that everybody agrees with and then act like they're doing something transgressive and bold. Yeah, now speaking of consensual S&M, I would absolutely love for Asagi to dress up in this outfit and step on me. I'd be totally down for that. The ones who want to parade for being normal. Yeah, exactly. Knockers ain't big enough for her to step on me. Yo. Dude, if the only reason you think they aren't big enough is because she's up against like the giant titty brigade, right? Like all the girls in this game have ridiculously huge tits, all right? If you saw these boobs in real life, you'd be like, "Damn, those are huge." It's just she's in this context, she looks smaller by comparison. But no, I wouldn't. Well, fuck you. How dare you say my waifu's boobs are small? I'll fight you IRL. Let's not beat around the bush. Yeah, let's beat right on the bush. They aren't huge for anime. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Even for anime, I'd say they're pretty decent size. It's just like this game in particular is chock full of how do I put it? Just unusually proportioned women. I'll say it that way. I'm trying to be culturally sensitive to, large-breasted waifus. Oh, hey. Asteroth. Dive right into the bush. Right down the center. There you go, potato. We're going to insert ourselves into the bush. No use in beating around the bush when you can jump right into it. Let's just jump right into it. All right. Back to more farming. We got a lot of beads. That's good. I like my beads. Let's see. We could use more shards. I could use some arcane shards. Okay, let's farm some of these. I'm getting Ace Ventura 2 flashbacks. I don't think I ever saw Ace Ventura 2. What, did he jump right into a bush? I think I only saw the first Ace Ventura. Come on. I know there's one more of you. Yeah, there you are, you big fucker. Kaboom! There's almost no such thing as boobs that are too big. No, I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Definitely, Thor. The only time I've seen boobs that were too big was, like, I saw some hentai once where, like, it was, like, breast inflation, and, like, this girl's breasts grew so large that they were, like, the size of, like, beanbag chairs. Like, even bigger than that, right? Like, they were so large, like, she couldn't move at all. Like, her boobs were touching the ground when she was standing up. They were bigger than she was, and, like, she couldn't move at all, and it was just, like, it was ridiculous. It was comical. Like, at that point, they didn't even seem like boobs anymore. It was like they were just objects, and I didn't find any attraction to it. They became big enough to put it in the nipple. Oh yeah, well, nipple penetration. That's a whole other can of worms right there. Yeah, that's weird when they're like half that size. H-Timon and Sakura size is pretty close to peak. Well, yeah, I remember there was, in one of the OVAs I watched, like, Sakura's boobs got huge for some reason. But yeah, no, I like the big, gigantic, ridiculous ones, but when they get to the point of making the woman, like, immobile, then it's just it's just silly. She got electro-stimulated. Okay, that's what it was. Overlord did that to humiliate her because cold bitch reasons. Yes, because we all know if you electrocute someone's tits, they get bigger. Try it in real life, kids. It works. Yeah, I remember there was one scene in there where, like, Asagi and Sakura were both being raped, and, like, Asagi was, like, asking Sakura if she was okay, and it was just so depressing. Not your proudest bust, huh? No, I didn't jerk off to that. There was one scene that made me jerk off. I can't remember what, but yeah, then I did feel ashamed after that. Ethical goons only. Yeah, I mean, I've jerked off to a lot of hentai, let me say. And I know for a fact that I've whacked off to some hentai where like stuff was not consensual or whatever, but it's been like still images. You know, and there was like nothing particular about the image that suggested that. It was just part of the storyline. But when it's like an animated thing and the characters like going, you know, no, stop and shit like that, or like, you know, like that scene I was talking about, like, you know, Asagi and Sakura are getting raped and Asagi's like, Sakura, are you okay? You know, I can't fucking fap to that, dude. That's just, it's just sad. I'm more of a reader than a watcher. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Gekido, I like hentai manga mostly. I don't watch a whole lot of animated hentai because I like the still images. Right? I like finding like a really good image that just tickles my fancy in all the right ways and then jerking off to that. Congratulations, you have a moral compass. Yeah, well, there's a lot of areas in my life where I don't have a moral compass, but just like I feel sympathy for characters in those situations, and it just kills my boner. The appeal for me is like the forced pleasure angle. It's not about the grape, it's about the dominance. Yeah. I mean, the part that I can't cotton with is the forced part. Right? Like, dominance, that's fine. But yeah, it's the forced part. that whole "I know your body better than you" vibe. Yeah, I mean, once again, that can be done in a way that that appeals to me. It can't be non-consensual. Gutter says, I don't consume a lot of porn, mostly just think and imagine my wife. What? Wait, Gutter, you're married, right? Are you saying that when you jerk off, you think about your wife? Dude, that is the gayest thing I have ever heard in my life. Like, I'm sorry, but you think about your own wife when you masturbate. Bruh. That is the single most homosexual thing I have ever heard anybody say in my entire life. I know what I want. I apologize for nothing. Hey, man, fucking fair, you know? To each his own. I'm not really trying to shit on you, dude. I'm just like, I've never heard any dude in my entire life say you'll understand if you get a wife, MC. I mean, I've had girlfriends, right? And don't get me wrong. I've had girlfriends, right? And like, they sent me like sexy pictures of themselves. Absolutely. And, we're like, look at me in this outfit. And I'm like, yeah, fucking jerking off to that for sure, for sure. But, so I understand it a little bit, right? But, like, if I'm just sitting down to have a regular old jerk, I'm not thinking about my girlfriend or my wife. I like, Thor says, gotta peace out, bros. Gotta go work in the morning. All right, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate the discussion. I guess my highlight reel is just better than yours. No, I mean, yeah, I guess. I don't know. Imagine having a job. Couldn't be me. Me neither. New context to different strokes. Yeah, different strokes for different folks. Boom. I love that move. If this subathon goes well, I might quit my current job. I hope it does. Just keep in mind, it takes, for a lot of people, it takes a long time to build a YouTube career. I mean, I quit my job to do YouTube like 8 years ago. And I still haven't succeeded. So I've been able to barely scrape by, right? I can still eat. You know, I can still afford basic expenses, but like, yeah, never taken off in the way I wanted to. Like, I feel like I could do it. I know I've said this before. I feel like I could do it. It just, I just ran into a pretty rough spot in the past 2 years. Like, I think I had a formula that would have worked. The Tonkatsu thing was doing pretty well before my life fell apart. Also, Manatee, catch you later. Have a good one. Gutter says, on the subject of my wife, she did not like the Dakimakura I won until she laid on it and felt how soft it is. It might be her Daki now. Hey man, yeah, that two-way tricot is very nice material. Very supple, feels good against the skin, stays cool. It happens, but you can do it. We support you. Thank you, Potato. Yeah, no, I've said it before. I'll say it again. I really appreciate those of you who are still here. You know, after the past couple years and everything that happened. Gekido says, I have a Chainsaw Man body pillow and I can't sleep without him. What, is it one of Denji? Because that's pretty base. Aki. Okay. Wait, is he the guy I'm thinking of? Was he the one with the ponytail? Yeah, that motherfucker. Okay. I'm gonna get a Dakia MC. That would be cool. That would be cool if I could do that one day. Aki Daki. I just realized it's an Aki Daki. Aki Daki, Aki Daki, Aki Daki. Shit. Let's see. Did I even... Okay. I have Tomoko and Albedo Dakimakuras. I know it's spelled wrong. Tomoko Daki, huh? What does that look like? I can't imagine Tomoko in like a sexy pose, right? I can only imagine her like lying there making some kind of creepy looking face, like drooling a little bit. Also, I hope it's an aged up Tomoko. Tomoko is literally me in every bad way. Yeah, I think we all see a little of ourselves in Tomoko, and I don't mean that in a sexual way. I mean, when she's 18, I would see some of myself in her. Okay, yeah, as long as she's of the proper age. It's just a rip from some artist's work. In the corner I can see where they cut out the artist signature. Okay, I see. Yeah, that's a big problem in the Dakimakura industry, is just people stealing art. Well, it's been fun, but I gotta go see some Aki... Oh, gotta go read some Aki hentai. See you tomorrow. Alright, Gekito. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's good to talk to you. Hope you had fun. The document you sent me has a whole autistic rant about counterfeit dockies. Hey, well, you know, it's important, right? You want to make sure that the artists get paid for their work. And a lot of people don't. People just steal art, put it on a Dakimakura, and sell it without ever, you know, giving any of that to the actual artist. As long as the Daki doesn't have fiberglass in it, you should be okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing I've heard is like, people buying, you know, Chinese knockoff Dakimakuras, and I've never heard fiberglass, but I've heard of people getting like weird rashes and shit because they're printed with like fucked up chemicals. You don't want to get a rash on your dick. It's basically like getting an STD from your waifu. Make sure it's from Japan, not China. Yeah. There's also like there's like Western artists there's like Western Dakimakura circles that do art and commissions and stuff, and they use like a legitimate printing process and everything. What you don't want to do is like go on Amazon.com and get one of those like $20 Dakimakura covers, because yeah, those are all counterfeits, and yeah, they're all coming from like China or whatever. Counterfeit, cheap, usually a ripoff in every word. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've ever actually seen a single legit official Dakimakura on Amazon. Potato says, speaking of Daki, a few days ago in the Discord, I gave a step-by-step guide on how to make the silicone fillers for Dakis. What, for like boobs? Lore drop. The position I sleep in is because I slept with a body pillow from like 8 to 12. Never had a sexy tiger lady cover, just a solid green one, but it's so comfortable to sleep with. Yeah, no. I could never go back. I could never go back to sleeping normal after having a Dakimakura. They sell for $100 a set, but they cost like 20 to make. That's cool. Yeah, I've seen some like fancy Dakimakuras or whatever on like Japanese shops that have like, have like 3D squishable like silicone boobs and stuff. Those are rich people Dakis. People like us can't afford that. But yeah, they're just half-egg hunks of silicone that you put in the buttocks or chest area. Yeah, I've seen them. Japan makes some wonderful products, don't they? My wife and I work alternating schedules, so our opportunity to cuddle is limited. Okay, well, no wonder you jerk off to her. You don't have to see her all the time. All right, let's see.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。どんな気持ち
Dude's angry. And now he's dead.
次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
I wonder how Overlord feels about killing all these fellow demons.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Yo, potato. Let's see. Hold on. I do silicone mold making and casting also because I got into 3D printing. I would actually physically fabricate parts out of wood or clay. Mold and cast in liquid plastic. I was gonna ask, you ever gonna get into like making like full-sized like waifu sex dolls? Ever thought about going into that business? Like custom ones?
少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
That'd earn you some big bucks. Yeah, insanely expensive to get into, but yeah, for sure. I'm sure it would be a huge investment, but I know there's a lot of weebs out there who would pay top dollar for a custom waifu sex doll. Oh, Pat's going to bed. All right, buddy. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'll see you soon. Hey, what the hell? Did I never... Ah, shit. I forgot to do this. I was trying to... That's what I was doing earlier. I was trying to figure out how to get another one of them red orbs. Let's see, do I have any spare supporters? Well, if I do a couple gotcha rolls, maybe I'll get one. So I was gonna do that anyway. Alright, guys. Here we go. I'm gonna do 2 10 pulls, alright? So, take out your dicks, slap them against the screen. Come on. Alright, everybody's dicks should be out. Gonna do it. Here we go. Wait, is this the right gotcha? Okay, yeah. Always double check. Here we go. Nothing red. We got a couple SRs and got a few supporters there. Let's see what we get. Tids are out. Well, it didn't work. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's see. That I can use. I can use her. Alright. Gonna do another one. Here we go. Come on, give me some streamer luck. Huh? Well, we got quite a few SRs at least. Not bad. Hey, it's okay. I got a UR last night when I did gacha, so I probably used up all my luck. And the nice thing about getting stuff like this is I can still break it down for materials and use it. So nothing's a total loss. It's just fun. It's fun to get them nice shiny URs. All right. And then yeah, this gacha's up till July 7th. I'll be able to complete this, and I'll finally get another fucking... No, not that. Finally get another skull face for Overlord. That's gonna be huge. Okay. Now... Form. I'm gonna save those because I might try Micah one day. Those would be nice to have. This. Felicia, I'm never gonna play because she's a loli. Hey, what the fuck? I already have... Yeah, I don't need that. that. See this. Oh. I've already got a fully... already got a full one of these. I don't need any of those. What else? What is this? This is a Mirabelle weapon. Critical rate by 14. Human type. I'll keep those for now. That's an Emily weapon. Might as well. Have a fully skilled up one of those. Is this game even worth it to free to play? You know, I know a lot of people who have been free to playing this since like the beginning, and they enjoy it. So yeah, I don't know. I spend like a little bit of money on it here and there. When I started playing, I definitely spent too much money on it, but I've really dialed it back now. And you know, so I buy stuff occasionally. But yeah, I know people who love this game who've never spent a dime on it. So I can't speak from personal experience, but yeah, you should go on the Action Timing and Discord or like subreddit or whatever and ask those people themselves, see what they have to say about it. Yeah, we don't need that. Oh yeah, I don't need this because I already have one of those. What was this? Okay. Yeah, I already have one of these all the way skilled up. Alright, and then as far as supporters go, ding, ding, ding. Let's get that going right away. Good. I needed exactly one more of those orbs. Probably spent less on it than I have on League of Legends. I met a VTuber at Offkai and she said, "I play League. Do you have strong feelings about that?" And I kind of had to tell her, yeah, I do. Yeah, I've never played League of Legends. As with most video games, never tried it. Confirm. Nice. Let's see. 1, 2. Okay. League of Legends is a red flag in a partner in my books. I hope it runs for 100 seasons. League of Legends is doing SCP level containment on toxic players. Do you have a favorite video game of all time? Yeah, American McGee's Alice. It's my favorite video game of all time. It's just one of my favorite things of all time in general. The gameplay itself is not particularly complicated. You know, if you're into like intricate gameplay mechanics or whatever, it probably won't like do much for you. But just artistically, the first one or Madness Returns, the first one. I have not played Madness Returns because it came out after I had quit video games. I was a no games guy for a very long time. Mad aesthetic value. Yeah, exactly. I got super into that shit. I was obsessed with that game when I was a kid. Really just cool game, incredible visual design, incredible story, awesome soundtrack. Hey, Enderalis, how you doing? Got done with work. Sounds good. It's time to hang out with the boys. How am I doing? Not bad, not bad. Just doing some timing and it's timing and time. Let's see, did I? Oh yeah, I gotta do this shit. Oh, I'm out of fucking cheap beads. I have to get some more of those. Alright. How are we doing on Overlord here? Good. Everything's above 40. We're over halfway with that. Let's see. Favorite game of all time is World of Warcraft Burning Crusade. Yeah, I had people to play with and was the most bleeding edge. I was in progression. Yeah, dude. Burning Crusade was cool. I was also very obsessed with WoW back in the day, but you guys know that. I've told the story many times. Let's see. Getting close to some crystals there for Mirabelle. Ooh. Hmm. Alright. How's this? Tomorrow I will get 2 crystals from her. That's great. Game that I love more than anything, man, I'm gonna sound friggin' old. Ragnarok Online or Star Ocean or Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know any of those. But I don't know if it's because they were before my time or if I just don't know shit about video games. Could be either one. Damn. Rin's fucking hot. Rin's the only one in the game who has that I know of who has a bunny costume that doesn't have the tail on it. So you can just take off the bunny ears and then it's just like a sexy outfit. Substitute teacher. Yeah, you can substitute these nuts. Anyway, let's see. Ragnarok Online was dope as fuck. At one point I had the grossest sin cross. I don't know what that is in existence. I was the first one to get a Baphomet card on the server. Man, you guys are just talking about shit I got no clue about. Oh, yeah. Okay. Alright. Asuka. Bunny girl costumes are sexy, but like there's too much of them. Alright? To me, bunny girl costumes are like I don't know what's a good comparison. They're like, you know, shit I'm only in the mood for sometimes. Most of the time I'd just rather see a girl in like a normal sexy outfit. In that game, cards were how you upgraded your equipment, and you got them from monster drops, which were super hard to get because the ratios are like 0.01%. Huh. Sounds like a gotcha drop rate. Alright, we're about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, I never played like any of those old school online games. I mostly liked just single player games back in the day. Baphomet was a world boss that had a days-long respawn timer, and it respawned if he wasn't killed in a short time frame. Yeah, that sounds too punishing for me. Shit would just make me mad. Crap. Running out of gifts for these bitches. I didn't get the card from a drop. I bought it from the guy who nabbed it for a king's ransom. Oh, okay, so it's something you could sell. Just gave him an offer he couldn't refuse. Let's see. I need to farm some gold, gotcha. Get more present boxes. Did you pay him like actual money for it, or did you pay him in-game currency? Honestly, a Timon and Harem game would probably go pretty hard. Well, yeah, I know there was Timon and RPGX, which apparently is still around in Japan, just not in the West. But I don't know what that game entails exactly. I know it has like actual nudity in it, though, unlike this game. Zenny is in-game currency? Oh, okay. I thought, like, Zenny, penny, it was just like a euphemism for Dosh, cash, Skrill, Yaper. Big Yaper, good money, 'cause that sucker shit ain't nutritious. As a wise man once said. Any y'all listen to E40? I really like that guy's music. No E40 fans in chat? Not a single one? Sad. He has a song with the Foundation that I like a lot, Stunna Glasses. I've probably heard it. I remember when I was in high school, I think, I got My Ghetto Report Card by E40. Got that album. Shit slapped. That was like trunk knocking music. Struggling with consciousness right now? Well, you got a subathon tomorrow. Go the fuck to sleep. We'll throw it in the Discord. It slaps. It's hyphy Bay Area. Oh, I know, dude. I grew up in the Bay. That's where old Maximus is originally from. Yeah, Mario, you don't want to be tired for your subathon. References Mac Dre. I love Mac Dre, man. Fucking Fizz is what it is. Alright, Mario, see you tomorrow. Yeah, Mac Dre was awesome. This dance, can you do this old dance? Fucking, yeah. Rest in peace, Mac Dre. Another dude we lost way too soon. So you're a Bay Area guy too, huh, Gutter? Used to go to the Shoreline and the Fillmore a lot. That's cool. I spent a good amount of time at the Shoreline. Let's see. Yeah, they had I think they had Ozfest there a couple times. God, it was a long time ago, and I was on a lot of drugs. But if I recall, Used to go to raves in Daly City. I've never gone to any raves. Not my scene. I was like, I'll just take the drugs and not go to the rave. I used to do ecstasy a lot, but then I found out it was giving me seizures, and I didn't know because I would be completely unconscious during the seizures. I'm straight edge. I go to the rave to dance. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, other than weed, I guess I'm basically straight edge now. No more drugs, no more alcohol. Be nice if there were like some drugs that just weren't bad for you and didn't do horrible things to your body, but can't find them. Yeah, I smoked the giggle grass, but I only started after it got decriminalized and nothing stronger. It's probably the way to be, man. I wish I had never gotten into all of that shit, but there's no turning back time. Isn't that basically food? No, I mean, first of all, food doesn't get you high. Second of all, if you eat too much food, it makes you fat. So that's not good either. I wish I could just be high all the time and not suffer any negative consequences. Like, I'm not asking for the moon here. Everything does horrible things to your body unless you know how to use it. Well, I mean, unless you do it in moderation, right? You know, because drugs are fine in moderation, you know. It's fine to drink once in a while. It's fine to do a little blow once in a while. It's fine if you do stuff in moderation, then it's, you know, it's not bad for you. The problem is I can't do things in moderation. It is like whatever that is, I didn't get that written into my genetic code. Anything that makes me feel good, I will do it until it hurts me. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, or so they say. Cocaine is, you know, it's a fun party drug, but it's a terrible addiction to have. You know, if you just do a line sometimes at parties, fine. But if you actually get addicted to that shit, it's horribly expensive, and yeah, you know, fucks up your brain chemistry, fucks up your nose, and your sinuses and all that shit. Yeah, it's a bad drug to be addicted to. I like doing things until they hurt, but with certain things, I've learned to moderate. Yeah, I mean, I don't, you know, and Alice, I don't like doing things until they hurt. It's just like that's how my brain is wired, right? Like if something gives me a dopamine hit, I will do it until dire consequences occur. Potato says, I do that with sex. Like, I keep going till it hurts. It took my partner getting used to the idea. It's okay to tell me to stop before we found a happy medium. Yeah, I mean, sex is an addiction, too. That's a huge dopamine hit, just like a drug. I've definitely gotten addicted to, like, jerking off at certain points. I have a diagnosed addiction to it. Yeah, I think you mentioned that before, now that I think about it. Yeah, no, that can be an addiction just like anything else, for sure. Yeah, I used to like not take that shit seriously. Um, you know, because I grew up doing so many drugs that that like people would say I have a sex addiction or like I have a food addiction or whatever, and I'd be like, yeah, right, that's not a drug. Shut the fuck up. But yeah, then I went through a period where I got a little too addicted to masturbating. Like, it didn't get too bad, but I've had so many addictions that I saw exactly where it was going, and I was able to, like, pull up and not get too deep into that. But, you know, that's the moment when I realized, like, oh, I've been down this exact same path before, just with drugs. And I realized, like, yeah, sex addiction, masturbation addiction, like, that's totally a real thing. And then by extension, you know, like food addiction, I have empathy for people with that now. Because yeah, anything that gives you pleasure can become an addiction. That's what I've realized. That takes a whole lot of willpower, Matt. Good on you. Well, I escaped it before it took that much willpower. Um, so it wasn't too big of a deal. But yeah, I definitely got to a point like a few years ago where I was jerking off like, you know, 10 times a day, something like that. And I was like, shit, this is turning into an addiction here. So I just needed to this is gonna be a problem. 10 times a day, that's pretty excessive. Well, that's what I said, right? I was like, this is this ain't normal. Recognizing those behaviors and correcting it is the best course, rather than I'll deal with this when it becomes a problem. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I only wish that I had been able to do that um, with, you know, drugs and alcohol, but I I didn't. That I got addicted to that shit before I understood what addiction really was and just how destructive it can be to your life. Um, Those are rookie numbers for a VTuber. You gotta get those Gooner numbers up. I bet Tonkatsu could go for 84. I mean, you know, it felt like a problem. I mean, I know you're joking, but it felt like it was gonna become a problem to me. So I just said, time to pull up. If y'all ever want to hear a pretty crazy story about how serious porn addiction and like masturbation addiction can become, go back and listen to that conversation I had with Grustein on stream a couple weeks ago. That was fucking crazy. It was at the very end of the 24-hour stream. It's like the last little part of the 24-hour stream, the third part. He talked about his experience with that, and it was fucking wild. Yeah, no, I know you were joking, but is that someone says I remember it? Yeah, I know some of you were there, but if any of you weren't, listen to that because it's fucking crazy. Yeah, ouch. For real. Dude ended up pouring bleach on his dick just so he would stop jerking off. Made all the skin peel off and shit. He said in the end it only stopped him for like 2 days. Man. That's not good. Yeah, I mean, dude was at his wit's end though. Like he literally couldn't stop masturbating. It was like destroying his whole life. Okay. Hopefully we have enough of these. Hey, we got a plushie. Nice. Alright, Hida. Go get some sleep, dude. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Nice, we got 2 of them. Pretty good luck. Let's see. Who hasn't gotten their prezzies yet today? I think it's just Oro. I'm gonna save those plushies. Man, I really wanted to quit smoking cigarettes, and pouring bleach on my junk never even crossed my mind. Yeah, I don't know how well that would work for smoking. But, all I can say is I understand being that desperate, right? Like, if, pouring bleach on my dick could have got me to quit drinking, I would have done it. Alright, gonna do a little more farming here. I'm gonna hit the VR. All I can say is I'm just glad that the one thing I was like intractably addicted to was something where there's actually like a pill that can make you stop doing it. Right? Like, I feel sorry for people who are addicted to food, right? Because you can't just quit eating food. Right? Like, I always imagine, like, what if I had to drink, like, just a little bit of alcohol every day? You know? Like, 3 times a day, I just had to have a moderate amount of alcohol to keep myself alive. No way. I'd be dead. Literally not possible. I would just be an alcoholic for the rest of my life and die. Yeah, I turned the game volume down low so you can hear me. I've got the game volume at 2%. If I turn it up to 3%, it's way too fucking loud. Games really do be like that. Master volume 2% to be able to hear your own thoughts. Yeah, I know. I don't get it, but whatever. Also, there's music in this game, but I always have it turned off because normally when I play, I I'm either talking to you guys or I listen to, like, you know, other music. Hey. You fucking trying to stomp on me, bitch? Go fuck yourself. This weekend I'm gonna teach my son the joy of Path of Exile. Yeah, I've never played it, but I hear it's really fucking hard. Just make sure you teach your son not to fake being good at it like Elon Musk. I will still never understand why he did that. Like, I know everybody hates Elon now because, like, he worked with Trump or whatever. I don't give a shit about any of that. The moment I lost respect for Elon Musk was when he faked being good at a video game. Elon is so bad at it too, like so obviously bad at it. This map has 4 things, the hardest game mode. Yeah, like, I don't know anything about Path of Exile, but it was fun to, like, watch people who actually play the game analyze his gameplay and point out everything he was doing wrong. I don't get why he did it. Like, you're a billionaire, dude. You've fucking made a bunch of companies that have created products that are a huge benefit to society. Like, why do you need to pretend to be good at a video game? And I've said it before, like, if he had just been, like, upfront about it and said, like, yeah, I like this game, I wanted to have a high level character, but I'm a busy guy, I don't have time to play the game that much, so I had someone do it for me, people would have been like, sure, like, no problem with that. But it's the fact that he tried to, like, hoodwink everybody and failed at it so miserably. He complained about an item off an endgame boss that makes his build work was low level. Yeah, I remember that. Get good naturally, just not fast. Yeah, no, I don't care about that. Like, I'm not a purist. I'm not like, if, like I said, if he had just been honest about it and said, yeah, I had someone level this character up for me, I don't have the fucking time to do that, I wouldn't have even given it a second thought. But it's just the fact that he tried to deceive people. The fact that he tried to deceive people, and then when he got caught, he had a massive fucking crash out. Path of Exile is not a get good game. The game isn't actually very hard. The game is, however, incredibly dense and requires tons of knowledge the game doesn't give you. To play Path of Exile is to read the wiki. Yeah, I mean, so it's very, it sounds like it's very time intensive. All the more reason it wouldn't have bothered me if he had just said, yeah, I got someone else to do this for me. Yeah, it doesn't sound like my type of game. If you like spreadsheets, Path of Exile is the action RPG for you. I think I'll pass. Oh, okay, you said 8,100, but it was only 8,026. What a gross overestimate. Ow, fuck, man. Gotta remember to sit up. Careful, Mac, don't break your back. It's not my back I'm worried about, it's my fucking tailbone. I always end up, like, slouching down and fucking, like, leaning back on my tailbone, and then it hurts. $1,000? That's not that bad. For over 8,000 hours of gameplay, over many years, it's not too bad. Okay, so yeah, that's... You've been playing for almost a decade and a half. Yeah, I wouldn't sweat it. that made me think. Okay, so you've been playing PoE for 15 years almost, and you put in over 8,000 hours. I've been playing this game for less than a year, and I've played for 2,600 hours. I'm starting to feel like even more of a loser right now. Grind? Yeah, a little too much grind, man. A little too deep into that Sigma grind set there. Hey, Arcade Fox, how you doing? I don't stream 60 hours of gaming a week. Well, other than the past few weeks, neither do I. Most of that 2,600 hours was just me sitting here by myself. I wish I could use that as an excuse, but yeah. But yeah, it does, streaming for like 8+ hours a day definitely does make the numbers go up very quickly. Played all of these fucking daily quest levels so many times. They really need to. These are like the grinding levels. You just want to get materials. This is what you gotta do. I wish they'd introduce like a few more of them. Although I love the fucking scenery in this one. That's beautiful. Technically, if you did 60 hours a week, you wouldn't hit 2,000+ hours unless you did that for 9 months. Yeah, well, I discovered this game, like, you know, I don't know, like, actually, I think it was June of last year that I discovered this game. But, yeah, I mean, I was drinking a shitload, so I would just play this shit for like 16 hours a day. I find it so funny that the moment the boss enemy of these hard challenges, you one-shot them. No, these levels aren't hard. You know, it says it's on hard difficulty, but yeah, once you get a character leveled up, these levels are purely for farming. I'm gonna get to the hard stuff in a minute here. Just wanna farm a few more skill points before I do that. Fuck you, bitch. Actually, let's see, if I'm just grinding skill points, there's a faster way to do this. No. Extra skill points. Yeah, we'll do the event quests. These guys actually take a little bit more damage before they go down. I remember when I was leveling up my first character, these event quests were actually kind of hard. So Path of Exile's been releasing new content for... I didn't know the game was that old. Yeah, this'll go much faster. Released in 2013. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to video games back then, so. Although I was paying attention to Gamergate. I think Gamergate was 2013, wasn't it? Back in the day, back in the day. Yes, I am. I am still here, Gekido. You got a paid invite to the game? How the fuck do you get paid for that? Wish somebody would fucking... Wish, Lilith would pay me to play this game. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So, you gotta... Okay, I get it. Friend got a free beta access code. I thought you meant, like, the developer, like, paid you to test the game or something. I was like, dude. Just got out of a pretty bad argument and I can't sleep, so instead of going all in on red, I guess I'll just watch you dick around for an hour. Hey, that's what I'm here for. To distract you from your real life problems. Yeah, it's crazy that some games survive for that long. Then again, WoW's been around for, what, 21 years now? What does MTX stand for, Gutter, by the way? Oh, microtransaction. Okay. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, I've never bought any like purely cosmetic shit in a game. I only buy it if it has like some sort of like gameplay effect or something. Although there have been things I bought in this game that I basically bought for the cosmetic, and like the stat boost was just kind of an excuse. All the old games I love end up dying, so there's no one to destroy in ranked. I need some niche games I can get really good at. Yeah, I'm not the person to ask. The only games I play are this and World of Warcraft, and I quit World of Warcraft, so now it's just this. Oh shit. Maxed out. Maxed out my points. Yeah, that goes a lot faster. Alright. I'm going to get all her stats up to 50, and then I'm going to try the VR. Alright. Duralis, you have a good night, man. I'll see you when I see you. and stop by Mario's subathon tomorrow. I'm gonna be on there for a couple hours. Then I'll be doing boys' nights again later. So if you're bored tomorrow night, come on by. The default gear in the game looks like you're a homeless person wearing beach debris. Yeah, I guess that's one way to get people to buy cosmetics. Make the default gear look like shit. Would you mind screaming in my ears real quick? You want me to scream in your ears? Alright, hold on. Let me just finish this shit here. I'm gonna go ahead and reduce my volume real quick. Well, it's I've got a limiter on my volume, so it can't go too high. That booty though? Yeah, I know, and she knows how to display it. Here. If I'm gonna scream, let me throw some effects on here. There, how about some reverb? How does this sound? Let's make it let's make this super dank. Let's make this dank. Reverb. Delay. Hello. Here, actually, you know what I can do? I won't even have to actually scream. I can just put my voice through an overdrive plug-in. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah. No. I don't need to scream. I can just make my voice super dank. Just turn post gain down, and then here we go. How does that sound, guys? Oh my god. Yes. Yakio, this is me, Satan Mac, and I'm telling you, whatever it is you're worrying about, don't worry about it. Tell your brain to shut the fuck up. All right. Here, let me turn down the post gate on that. Oh my god. There. Yeah, no problem. I hope that helped. Anyway. Enough of that. My neighbors love this. I'm sure they do. Yeah. I have the stream playing on my other computer, right? I have the stream playing on my other computer just so I can see it playing back on my other screen over there. And I have a pair of earbuds plugged into that computer. They're just like cheap little earbuds, and I have the volume down pretty low, and I could hear my voice coming out of the earbuds. So oh, I didn't turn the reverb off. Let's get rid of that too. Okay. All right, we're back to normal, guys. I'm going to clip this, and when they ask what streamer I was watching, I'm going to send them that. All right? I feel sorry for anyone who fell asleep listening to this stream. Sorry if there's anyone out there, but you know, I had to help a brother out. Actually, there's lots of fun things I could do with my voice. Here, I can hold on. Let me see. How can I listen back to this without doubling my audio? Audio properties. Monitor. How's this? No. Yeah. Can you guys still hear me? Can you still hear me? Yeah? Okay. All right. Let's stick around with this. I can hear my own voice playing back into my ears at like a slight delay, so it's making it hard to talk, but whatever. Let's see. What if I put some chorus on this? Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, okay. Here, let's... Hello. Have a link. I have a link for the clip I made. Gonna listen to this for a while. Should I just sing the rest of the stream? Hearing my own voice delayed slightly is so jarring. Hate it. Yeah, I know. I'm having trouble talking because it's like I'm cutting myself off. All right, enough. This is ridiculous. Monitor off. There we go. Back to normal. Surprise karaoke stream would be peak TBH. Yeah, maybe someday. The only problem with doing karaoke streams on YouTube is like you gotta delete them afterwards because they get copyright claimed immediately, and that I don't mind so much. But I've seen people get like copyright strikes for doing karaoke streams, and that I want to avoid. So if you get a copyright strike, then you can't stream at all. Bitches. Bitches. Sing public domain music from the 20s. Flappers only. Yeah, I don't know how well that would go over with general audiences. But yeah, it would be fun to do a karaoke stream someday. Maybe when I'm feeling a little better. I don't exactly have the music in my soul at the moment. This program is for general audiences only. Yeah, see, I like killing demons, you know? All these giant ugly demon things. I like killing them. If this were the timing in OVAs, Obro would be like strapped down to a board or something, and all these guys would be running a train on her. You would love Ultra Kill? Yeah, no, I've seen gameplay of it. It looks fun. The whole damn copyright system needs to be redone from the ground up. Part of the reason it's so scuffed now is due to Disney. Well, I mean, the reason YouTube's copyright system in particular, like there's a difference between copyright law, which, yeah, Disney has had a huge impact on, but there's a difference between the problems with copyright law and the problems with YouTube's copyright system. Because the way YouTube's copyright system functions has very little to do with actual copyright law. The major problem with YouTube's copyright system is that it's automated, and there is not enough actual human intervention in it. Because at least with copyright law, we have, you know, fair use. And, you know, fair use protection under the law is pretty robust. And it's, there's a lot of precedent for it being upheld and defended in court. The problem with YouTube's copyright system is fair use does not apply, right? If you use any part of a copyrighted work in, any YouTube video, it will immediately receive an automated claim, right? You'll instantly get a copyright claim. Now you can fight that claim, right? And you can fight it using fair use as a defense. And I have, I've fought many copyright claims in my YouTube career. I have won every single one because they were all clear cases of fair use. And yeah, that so it works if you fight the claims, but the problem is that takes time. That takes time, and you have to know what you're doing, and a lot of people just don't know how to do it. And also, even if you... Well, actually, now, to be fair, if you fight a copyright claim and you win it, you do get the revenue, like the ad revenue that you would have gotten from that video. So say I put up a video, it gets copyright claimed, and then I contest that copyright claim. Any ad revenue from that video is put in escrow until the outcome of the claim is decided. But the way it used to be back when I started YouTube is the moment somebody copyright claims your video, all your ad revenue would start going to them from that video. And even if you fought the copyright claim and won it, they would still get to keep that ad revenue, which was insane. So I'm glad they at least fixed that finally. I got copyright claims so much my channel got a strike. I've never heard of that happening. There's copyright claims and then there's copyright strikes. But those are usually two separate things, two separate processes. I've never heard of a certain number of copyright claims causing YouTube to issue a copyright strike. So that's a new one on me. Okay, I just got striked then? Yeah. Yeah, that does happen. YouTube likely realized if false claimers kept getting money, they would slowly bleed more creators than gain them, or worse, get a lawsuit. I can guarantee you it was the second one. Alright, I can guarantee you it's the second one. YouTube and Google in general have demonstrated time and time again that they absolutely do not give a shit about individual YouTube creators, even if they're big ones. But as soon as the situation gets legal, right, as soon as there's a question of them possibly being sued or getting in some kind of legal trouble, then they tend to act relatively quickly. But yeah, YouTube does not give a fuck about individual YouTube creators. They've got a complete monopoly on the video hosting markets, and any one individual person does not matter to them. Yeah, I think we talked about this in a stream earlier this week, but YouTube's not going to improve until they have actual competition, and at the moment they just don't. One of my videos has a little yellow triangle that says partially blocked. I don't know what kind of action was taken on my account, but the video was uploaded 17 years ago, so I don't know how long things take to drop. Yeah, that probably means it's like blocked from being viewed in certain regions. That's I'd have to see exactly what it says, but yeah, it's probably blocked from viewing in certain regions, and yeah, sounds like most likely whatever material, British people can't watch it, or North Koreans. Yeah, I mean, some yeah, if you have a video that's like 17 years old and something like that happens, it's probably because, you know, some rights changed hands somewhere. Partially blocked. This video contains copyrighted material. As a result, has been blocked in some countries and or regions. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, some ownership rights of whatever media you used in that video changed somewhere, and you know, it got blocked from being viewed in whatever country, you know, that the copyright holder is I don't know, but you get what I'm saying. It happens all the time. There'll, you know, video will be up for a decade, and then all of a sudden it'll get copyright claimed, copyright strike, whatever, and it's usually because someone new acquired the rights to that media, and they went on a big old blocking and claiming spree on YouTube. I use Danger Zone as a backing track to my WoW game footage. Okay, yeah. Yep. It's the worst with music. Definitely. Imagine showing this game to a Victorian man in 1386. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think. Wait, 13 Victorian 1386. I don't think that lines up. But yeah, anyone who existed pre 20th century would never have seen boobs this big. Probably get a boner so hard, fucking have a hernia or something. 1386 is Middle Ages. Yeah, that wasn't a fun time to be alive, from what I understand. Getting anime was really hard back then. Yeah, dude. You had to time travel. What was the first anime? Seems like something I would have looked up at some point. What was the first Japanese animation that's like considered anime? Astro Boy. Okay. I kind of feel bad for you guys. You gotta look on the internet for boobs, but all I gotta do is look in the mirror. Yeah, but, you know, if they were my boobs, it wouldn't be as cool, right? Like, you know, like, let's say I was gay, right? And I like dick instead of boobs. I don't think I would be looking in the mirror being like, oh, yeah, like jerking off to my own dick, right? It's got to be somebody else's, or it doesn't work. It would only work if you were like a gay narcissist, right? That would make life easy. Being a gay narcissist, just jerk off to yourself. Let's see. Never mind, the first anime ever was something called Katsuro Shashin. Katsuro Shashin. Let me look that up. Guts. 1907. Holy shit. Oh, this is some old ass looking stuff. Yeah, no tits. Lame. First series was Astro Boy. Okay, makes sense. Let's see. You know, this one takes way less time to do, so let's just min-max this shit. Let's see. You guys are talking about growing up. Yeah, like as a little kid, the only anime I really watched was Pokemon. That's pretty much it. DBZ was on TV all the time, but I thought it was like lame. I remember as a kid having like friends in school who were so into Dragon Ball Z, and I was just like, every time I turned on the TV and Dragon Ball Z was on, it was just like two muscular dudes just yelling at each other, and I was like, nah, it's not for me. Yeah, like, I really liked Pokemon as a kid, so I watched the Pokemon anime, but like I didn't like most anime as a kid because I didn't know it was Japanese, right? And I didn't know it was dubbed, so I just thought, like, every time I saw it, I was like, why the fuck are all the mouth movements wrong? You know, like every other cartoon I see, the fucking, you know, the mouths move right, and then in this shit, it's like they just flap around, and it makes no sense. So yeah, I grew up not liking most anime, and then in high school I had a really annoying weeaboo friend who would like force us to watch anime, and so like that didn't help. Made me like anime even less, except for Ghost in the Shell standalone complex. That was the one thing he made us watch that I was like, this is good. But yeah, so I didn't get into anime like until my 20s. I think the first anime I remember seeing was reruns of Speed Racer. That's old. Speed Racer's fucking old, isn't it? is that someone says DBZ was at its worst with the yelling towards the end. I could barely watch it. Yeah, well, that must have been the exact same time that I was, like, growing up, because every time I turned on the TV show and that show was playing, there was, like, no action. It was just dudes standing around in, like, threatening poses, yelling at each other. Anything to fill a time slot back in the 90s? Yeah. This level is perfect for farming. Can clear it in like 10 seconds. See if I can get under 10 seconds. Fuck. I say that and then I immediately start getting my ass kicked. It's really annoying. Fuck you, bitch. I watched Pokemon, I got a copy of Ghost in the Shell, and it had violence and boobs, and it was awesome. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't see Ghost in the Shell until I was a teenager. Then I swore off watching anime with more than 100 episodes after the awful airing order of Inuyasha. Yeah, I never watched Inuyasha. But yeah, I remember seeing Ghost in the Shell as a teenager while I was high as fuck, and I was like, dude, this is cool. "11 seconds. Alright. Getting close. 9 seconds? No. Doesn't... There's always a delay at the end before the level actually ends itself. So, it might have been 9 seconds, but the game ends up saying 11 seconds. So, I gotta get the game to say under 10 seconds. That's the goal. Fuck, come on. Nope, didn't make it that time. They would air like 40 episodes, then restart, and air 44 episodes, and restart, then wait 49 episodes over and over. Oh my god, that sounds awful. So you'd have to watch the first 40 episodes like 1,000 times. That's, I thought I was a trooper for watching all of Endless 8. 11 again. Shit. But yeah, I didn't become like a bona fide anime fan until my 20s. I was an adult. I probably would have started liking it in my teens, but that fucking annoying weeb friend of mine made it difficult. Take that as a lesson, guys. If you really like something and you want your friends to like it, don't force them to watch it and bitch and moan about it when nobody wants to. Just suggest it. Be cool about it. Getting there. Close. Am I practicing for the speedrun world record? No, I'm just grinding and I'm setting a small goal for myself to make it more interesting. Also, if I was trying to speedrun this level, I'd use a different character who was stronger, because that would make it a lot easier. Ah, god damn it, she's not dead. Thought I got it. Need to get back to a few of the shows you set down. Dude, I dropped so many shows. Like, I've never been... I know people say, like, the 3-episode rule. You know, like, watch 3 episodes, and if you don't like it, then drop it. I've got, like, a 3-second rule. If it doesn't grab me... I mean, obviously, it's not that. More like a 3-minute rule. if I don't give a shit about the show within like the first 3 minutes, then I drop it. Alright, I got 10 seconds that time. I think we can get it down to 9. I think it's just a matter of a few more tries. Yes! Check my numbers, bitches. 7 seconds. Yeah, see, when you're playing a game that requires like a deep grind like this, just invent imaginary goals for yourself. Just a little bit more. I'm gonna try the VR. But yeah, I don't end up finishing many shows because I get bored at some point with most of them. But then like the ones I love, I really, really fucking love. I watch them over and over again. Probably watched Gurren Lagann like 5 times at least. More for that for like Kill la Kill. I've watched K-On! Like 2 or 3 times. I've watched like the first 2 seasons of Konosuba a bunch of times. Watched Overlord through twice. Oh god. Yeah, I've probably watched Watamote through about 4 or 5 times as well. I'm still working my fucking way through One Piece. Last time I sat down and watched a bunch of it, I just got to the part where Boa Hancock shows up. I didn't expect her to be such a bitch. Holy shit, getting beat up here. There we go. Oh. Wait. Let's... Okay, we're almost to 50 across the board. Just a couple more of these. You're in the 700s, further along than I am. Yeah, honestly, there's a lot of One Piece that I don't remember particularly well. Because when I started it, I was drinking, and I was with a female, and so between the alcohol and the other things we were getting up to at the time, I don't remember most of it. So yeah.
しちゃって構わないわね。おりゃ
I was saying
このスピネルの剣のサビにしてくれるわ。
I was saying to Dashie one time that I'm probably when it comes to the number of times someone has gotten laid while watching One Piece, I'm probably in like the 99th percentile, just because I started watching One Piece when I had my girlfriend staying with me for like a month, and all we did was watch One Piece. And I have a computer by the bed, so we would lie down in bed, start watching One Piece, and then we would just end up having sex. And it's not like we had sex a crazy amount of times or anything, but I just don't imagine that most people who are watching One Piece are getting laid all that much. No offense to any One Piece fans.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。おりゃふん、このスピネルの剣のサビにしてくれるわ。 次はもう少し歯ごたえある敵を用意なさい。
Let's see. All right, I think that's enough skill points.
一応けど、慣れ合いはごめんよ。
Oh yeah. Hey. That's plenty. All right. Now. Let's see. Chance. I wish I had more enchant boosters. This sucks. Hey, how did I end up back here? What the fuck? 20%. So it'd be a 70% chance if I used one of these. I don't know if that's worth it. If that fails, I would have to an-hero. This though, yeah. All right, that's good. Let me see. Increases damage to bosses by 30%. Anything better? No. Yeah, no. Still alive, chat? Anyone out there? Did you all fall asleep? Is that someone still here? Random, you still here? It's good. It's enough. Even 2 is enough. God, so many of Overlord's outfits are like limiteds that you can't get. It's really fucking annoying. I need more. I need more stats. Okay, Potato, you're still there. Good. I hate limited content options. Yeah. It's annoying, but it's a gacha game, so that's the MO. Get one of these right now. Another reason why I don't touch it? Yeah, you're wise. Don't get absorbed in gacha hell. Not worth it. This game has stolen my soul. At this point, I feel like Mac is part of the relationship as much as I leave the stream on and do stuff. True, true. Let's see. Any gacha coins in here? Oh, hey. I'll take those. Thank you very much. Gonna need them. Still cannot recommend Star Sector enough to you, man. Instead of getting addicted to drugs, you can sell them on the black market of planets for massive profits. I'm not good at selling drugs, dude. I've tried to sell drugs many times in my life, and every time I do, I just end up doing all the drugs and losing the money. Well, let's see. I'm almost maxed out on desires, so I do have to spend some. Let's see. 280, 175. I hate it when this game makes me do math. Don't have to in that game. To your character in that game, they're just another product to ship around inside your ever-expanding trade fleet. What's the fun in selling drugs if you can't get high on your own supply? See, this is why I'm not good with the business. It's because that's how I think. Princess Sources sneaks into the boys' room, giggling. Hey, what are you doing? Is that a female? Get the fuck out. This is boys' night. Got a plan, I'm sticking to the plan. Anyway, let's try VR. Let's see if I can beat level 105. I've gotten pretty close, just haven't been quite able to do it. Shit. Let's play Truth or Dare. Alright, well, what? What are you gonna dare me to do? Alright. Giving it a try. A girl? No, guys, quick, stop kissing before they find out. What kissing? Aren't doing anything gay over here. Nothing to see here. None of that homosexual stuff. Gotcha, bitch. Come on, burn him down. Do it quick. Guys, got a lot of health. Okay, it's phase 1. I dare you to moan into the mic. There you go. Dare accomplished. What do you got to say to that? Nothing. That was a dying koala bear. Hey, don't moan shame me. It's just how I moan. Hey Ren, you gonna fire that ultimate, or are you just gonna stand there with your proverbial dick in your hand? Thank you. This is better late than never. Jesus. Alright, we're screwed. She's playing with her tatas. Now is not the time for tata playing. We can do that. We can do that after the fight. Fuck. Yeah, no. If only I had 5 more seconds. Fuck. I know. Very close. But no cigar. I laughed at my own stupid comments and looked to my left and someone woke up. I'm getting a look. I need to go. Alright. Yeah, don't get in trouble there, dude. Catch you later, potato. Yeah, that was close. If I didn't miss 2 of those stuns, we might have done it.
殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Okay. Yeah, Ren's dead. We're screwed. Might as well just retreat. Let's see. What's up, Levi? How you doing? Came back, huh? Just woke up. Wait, I thought you were here at the beginning of the stream. Have I been streaming that long, or did I just fucking imagine that you were here at the beginning? Am I retarded? It's definitely a possibility. I was there. Okay, you're there. Good. Thought I was going fucking crazy. Would not have surprised me. Try something here. Yeah. Just trying an experiment.
私の策略が必要なのかしら。いいわ、やってあげる。試し切りさせてくれるのかしら。
Jesus, this is a nightmare. Damage against super armor. There's like no weapons that deal extra damage to machine types. It's fucking annoying. Let's try this. You want a burger? Yeah, join the club. There's a lot of things I want. Doesn't necessarily mean I get them. Okay, I think this is working. Shit. Okay. Thick and beefy triple patty goodness. Shut up, dude. Fucking hungry enough as it is. No, no, no. Okay, wow. Very good timing. Two patties is too many. Just think of it as a double cheeseburger with an awesome buff on it. Fuck, do the thing you're supposed to do. Jesus Christ. Damn it, now we're cooked. Absolutely cooked. But I'll finish the level out just so I get some points. Well, I could have won that if Rin hadn't fucking died, but what are you gonna do? Try again? Yeah, I mean, what else am I gonna do? Give up? Hell no. Jesus Christ. It's a pound and a half of meat? Jesus. It's a lot of meat. Almost as much as my dick. god. Fuck. See, the problem I'm facing here is I have to do everything perfectly. Because if I let that guy get one attack in, then Rin dies in one hit, and we're missing a third of our team, and there's no chance of killing him by the time the timer runs out.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Nope, already screwed. Didn't I promise mentioning something if I woke up early or during the next stream? I don't remember. Okay, that's something completely new that's never happened before.
私が
I have fought this boss over 100 times now, and I've never seen that, whatever that ability was. I haven't seen it once.
全員殺しちゃって構わないわね。
Oh yeah, how your wife gets you to reset your sleep schedule. How does that work? Shit. do that. Yep, that's how you attack in this game. You just click the mouse really fast. Alright, we're done. Oh yeah, the other thing I've forgotten to mention about VR, why it's such a pain in the ass, is every time you do this fight, and this is not a bi-level thing, it's just a completely random thing. It applies a random set of debuffs, right? So it's like every time you fight one of these bosses, the game just RNGs half a dozen different debuffs. So, like, you know, for example, this time I get an attack debuff on support type characters. So Rin is basically doing no damage. Last time I got a debuff on suppressed type characters, so that's Murasaki and Oboro. A lot of the time it debuffs your crit rate, so you can't get reliable critical hits. It's very annoying. It's a very annoying mechanic. That shooting one got Rin, yeah, it did, but she was already at like almost no health because I missed a stun, so she took a huge hit early on. Okay, so first step is usually get me into the bed by asking if I want to cuddle up with her or she drags me, one of the two. Let's see. Third she'll only use if the second fails, and that's usually getting on top and riding me for a while. No blowjob. That would get me right into bed. Is there a step missing there? Did YouTube block your message? Because we got step 1 and step 3. I didn't see step 2. Step 2 is a hand job. Ah, hand job. Come on. If I'm gaming, ain't no hand job getting me into bed. That'd have to be the best goddamn hand job ever given in the history of mankind. Shit. Okay, and we're done with that. Dude pulled out his power move. Holy shit. She uses a dommy mommy voice on top and is methodical with it. Yeah, I mean, the sex, that would definitely catch my attention, but if I'm trying to beat a boss like this, you can keep your hand job. Afro Nerd says someone without a peen can't give a better handy than someone can give themselves. You know, I'm inclined to agree. Women will say, "Oh no, I give the best hand jobs," but like I've never had a hand job that topped my own jerking ability. Alright. He's getting red. He's getting angry. I hate robots, man. Does hand size affect anything? Genuine question. Not really, in my experience. Unless you have such small hands, and the dick is so big that you like can't get your hand around the dick. I suppose that could potentially result in a quality issue. But other than that, no, not really. Alright. Smack him. Boom. Good stuff. No, come on. Get back there, bitch. Oh, I think we got him. I think we got him, guys. Yes! Score! Did it. Fucking did it. Did it! Did I see your new drawing, Daisy? No, I did not. Where is it? Did you send it to me? Thank you. Is that someone? What? Oh, I don't get any gems for that. I guess after level 100, you don't get any more gems. Bullshit. I thought I was gonna get 100 fucking gems for that. I didn't get shit. Ugh, I'll send it. Ugh, yourself, bitch. You're the one who wants me to look at it. Hey, look at my drawing. Where is it? Ugh, fine, I'll send it to you. God. Yeah, normally with the fuck, clicking on the wrong tabs here. Normally with the VR, every 5 levels you get a reward. So like level 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, etc. But I guess after level 100 they stopped doing that. That sucks. Sent. Alright. Let me take a look at it. Wow. You know, that's actually pretty fucking cool. It's an awesome drawing. Holy shit. Let's see. Pretty fucking metal there, Daisy. You want me to show it on stream? I think I could get away with showing this on stream. Well, I'm asking Daisy. Okay. She said yes. The only time I'll ever ask Daisy's permission for anything. Alright, let me just download this here. There we go. Yeah, that's pretty fucking metal. Reminds me of something out of like Heavy Metal magazine, but in your art style. Very cool. That's hardcore? Yeah, it fucking is. How long did it take you to do that? Because this is all hand drawn, right? 3 weeks? God damn. Yeah. Yeah, you don't do these digitally, right? This is all hand drawn with pens. Fucking awesome, man. You're a Luddite? Hey, I don't think that makes you a Luddite. You're a backwards degenerate for a lot of reasons, but I think I highly respect people who still do completely traditional art. I think it's very cool. Alright. Well, yeah. Once again, Daisy, that's awesome. I gotta move it off the screen so I can continue playing my game, but yeah, 3 weeks. There's 3 weeks well spent, I'll say. Definitely a pretty savage fucking art piece there. Oop. I'll take those as well. Yes. Severely artistic. And I thought I was gonna get more and more fucking gems for beating these upper levels. Then again, I guess it would. I guess I can see why they don't do that, because then people would end up getting too many gems. Because there's like, so like the amount of gems you get for every 5th level is like the number of the level plus 5, right? So, you know, for level 100, I got 105 gems, and there are some people who get up into like the 400s on this. So yeah, you'd be getting like 400 plus gems for every 5th level. That would certainly tip the scales. So people would get a lot of gacha rolls. But still, at the same time, like, if you can actually make it up that far, you should get the fucking gems. I'm mad. What's my incentive to keep going up other than just being able to say I did it? I'm just gonna do some easy ones and just farm the rest of my arena points. What's good and what game we playing? Action Taiminen. Action Taiminen. Just fighting some fucking robots. This dickhead robot right here. Hate this guy. Oh, you actually played this, Vamps? I just got into it like a year ago. I played it for about 6 months, then I quit because I got too addicted to it, and now I'm playing it again. Fuck. Ow. Come on. Yep. When it first came out, there was like one banner, the OG Dojin girls. Yeah, When did this game come out? I know people have told me, but I fucking can't remember shit. Played for a few months, then just quit. Yeah, you know, it's a gacha game, so I enjoy it, but I would never recommend that anybody play it because it's a gacha game. I've played this game for 2,600 hours, and every time I, like, select it on Steam, it says, "You've played this game for 2,600 hours. Would you recommend this game to other people, yes or no?" And I'm just like, I don't know. It's like if I hit no, then I admit that I'm a complete degenerate, but if I hit yes, I wouldn't feel, like, morally right about it. Yes, I know you recommend Halo, Daisy. I recommend Halo too, I just don't recommend playing against Daisy. Yeah, you can't even recommend good gacha games. Ah, fucker. Teehee, yeah. Yeah, you act all demure and shit. No, in Halo, she's a fucking murderer. One of the few times I beat Daisy at Halo is I killed her a couple times. I got ahead in kill count, and then I just hid for the rest of the match. I hid for the rest of the match, and I ended up winning. Now, I beat you fair and square a couple times, but, you know, that was out of, like, probably, I don't know, 50 plus games we played, and I think I won maybe, like, 4 or 5 times. And one of them I just blatantly cheated. Yeah, Daisy's good at Halo. Very good at Halo. Captain Rufus, how you doing? Oddly, I mentioned y'all obliquely in a Moon Channel video last night. It was about gacha games. That's cool. I don't know if I've ever been mentioned obliquely. I rarely get mentioned at all, let alone obliquely. Not sure I even know what that means. So, like when you're working out your obliques and you mention somebody? Glad wifey doesn't have to deal with work. She just woke up and cuddled up to me while I was chilling on the couch watching the stream. Oh, well, isn't that precious? Man. Let's see. Get to buy a couple more crystals in a couple of days. Let's see, that's 2 right there. Then tomorrow I'm gonna get, who was it? I think it was Azusa. Get 2 from her. And then when the week rolls over, I'll be able to get, what, 5 more from here. So that's 9. 9. And then just have to figure out where to get 3 more fucking crystals. And I can level Obero to 75. Alright, maybe 75. 87 finally. Oh, okay. I'll be able to get a couple from here as well. Cool. Shit. Alright. It's 2:30 in the morning, guys. And I've got to get up on time tomorrow for Mario's whatchamacallit, subathon. So I gotta go to bed. I'm being responsible, fixing my sleep schedule. I got a really good start today. I woke up at 1:30 p.m., which for me is fucking amazing. But yeah, thank you guys for showing up. Please, if you can, stop by for the subathon tomorrow on Dark Mario's channel. And yeah, so I'll be there for a little bit, and then I'll see you for boys' night tomorrow night. Yeah, guys, thank you again. See you soon. Peace.